Haluhu. El Shaddai Elohim Botenu. Abiyama Mabiyeska Babiyako. Takwados Wishmeka Kwados Warushmeka Ulamaye. Weshama Bene Israel Shabbat La Sol Shabbat Le Doro Tambari Olam. Beni Bene Israel Otilola. Kisha Shekari Masa El Shaddai Wa Shemaim. Weheta Aris Bayom Masbi Shabbat Wa Nafash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemineka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kudushateka, El Shaddai Belek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlok Lolam Mahe, Baruch Shem Kabor Makut Lolam Mahe, Baruch Kabor Lohim Komor Molek Elyon, Hanuhu Lolam Mahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows his loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right and seat. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters. I say unto you, they're talking about forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
I read in one part of the book where it states that God commanded us to love each other, love one another. Love your neighbor like you love yourself. That's a command, right? It said, love your neighbor like you love yourself, which means whatever I don't want done or said to me, I won't say it or do it to you. Okay? Love is determined behind your intent of your actions. Because most of us do things, but the intentions is wrong. Our intention is completely off. You can't love with condition. And if it's not reciprocated immediately, it begins to fade. Love don't fade. Once I love you, truly, truly, truly love you, guess what? It's shown by actions. Right? Trust, you need proof. In order for me to trust you, I need proof. What I mean, you got to prove yourself. There's proving grounds. You got to prove yourself in order for me to be able to trust you, in order to earn my trust. Okay? And when you say you're sorry, change. When we apologize, change. When you're saying you're sorry, don't remain the same way. When we face the east and we start confessing our iniquities, oh, I'm sorrowful for these sins and this, change. Right? So now, while I decided to walk upright before God and I'm reading and I'm fulfilling these laws and this, the trials and the tests and the tribulations don't stop. The punishment of God don't stop. Why? Because I still got to answer for those iniquities that I violated. So don't ask God why. Oh, why this has happened to me? Because I'm walking this. I don't know where you still cleaning up. You still cleaning up that past, that filthy past. That filthy past, man. So we got a lot of cleaning up with ourselves, man. Thank the Creator, thank God for leaving us this book so that we are able to read this book to learn the ways of God. So that we can be able to learn the ways of God, so that we can learn what is accepted of God, so that we can start putting ourselves into this and start being the way God wants us to be. We're going to go into the law. We're going to go into Deuteronomy chapter 6. Deuteronomy chapter 6. Now, okay. You got it? Time sheet.
Deuteronomy chapter 6.
Time sheet.
Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which the Lord your God commanded to teach you, that you might do them in the land, whither you go to possess it.
Okay. He said, now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which the Lord your God commanded to teach you, that ye might do them in the land whither you go to possess it. So before we go into the land, right, this is why the Creator put us through this wilderness. The wilderness is called trial and error. That's what I call it. This wilderness is called trial and error. God put us through this wilderness so that we would be able to trust in God. Going through this rough terrain. Why I say that? Because of why and what we went through, because of what God put us through, we had no reason not to trust in God going through this wilderness. We shouldn't have no doubts not to trust in God going through this wilderness. So the Creator put us through this wilderness to prove us after he done showed us his glory. Okay, now I'm going to expose myself to you, Israel. He said, I'm the guy. He said, I'm God. He said, there is none else besides me. After what God showed the nation of Israel, then after what God showed the nation of Israel, he brought them through the wilderness to prove them, to see if after seeing all these glorious acts, are you going to deflect? Are you going to continue deflecting from God and not trusting in the Creator? And that's what we did. That's exactly what we did. Let's read verse 2. Deuteronomy 6, verse 2.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God, to keep all the statutes.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God. What do you mean by fear God? Be afraid to offend God. Be afraid to break these laws. And when you break these laws, expect a chastisement. Expect something to come back. Because if I expect something to come back, if I expect a chastisement or a reproof or a rebuke from God, and if I fear the rebuke of God, then that's what's going to keep me from violating his laws. We got to have fear in order to stop violating his laws, man. We don't fear God. Because if you fear God, you'll think twice before you tell a lie. If you fear God, you'll think twice before you start backbiting and slandering people's names. The fear of God is not here. It's not in this place. So who have to build that fear? You. Each individual in here have to build that fear for God. You know why? Because you wasn't born with it. I said you wasn't born with the fear of God in you. Not like Samuel. At 5 and 6 years old, opening the gates, the windows in the temple. That little boy, young child, man, born with the fear of God. But look at his parents, Elkanah, Hannah, two godly parents. The woman was godly. His father was godly, and they had a godly child. So it does prove, it does show, it does have an impact on what type of child you're going to have, depending on who you married as a wife or who you done took as a husband. Because, like I said, I'm going to go into this later, because science proved that your child inherits 50% of the DNA of each parent. Your child that you have had 50% of you, 50% of that child. So now you're wondering where this atrocities come from in this child. It came from one of y'all. That's why God said, don't mingle the seed. God didn't have to explain it to you. He said, don't do it, man. Because your seed is going to grow up with ways, Canaanitish ways, Hamitic ways, abominable ways because you done took on women and men, foreign women and foreign men from these places that God said he don't want nothing to do with. Means you have 12.5% from your grandparents. You think it stops there? You just have 50% from just your father and your mother? No! Your grandparent that was doing atrocities, some of her DNA or some of his DNA is in that child also. 6.25% from your great grandparents. And the percentage get lesser and lesser as you go back. As you go back, it go lesser and lesser. This is why God was against mingling the holy seed. But no, we thought we was better than God. We thought we were smarter. We weakened the seed, man. And as the seed continued to weaken and weaken and weaken and weaken, guess what? That Israelite DNA becomes a drop in the ocean. Becomes watered down. You think it's a game? It's not a game, man. That's why God was against weakening the holy seed, because you weaken it and weaken it and weaken it. You get red paint and you keep pouring white. Keep pouring white inside of this can of red paint. It ain't going to be red no more. I said it ain't going to be red no more. That's the reason why I said there is no pure seed of nothing. Yeah. There's no pure seed of nothing.
Everybody's mingled.
Everybody is mingled. Whose fault is that? Israel. Israel's fault. Because every generation you get less DNA from your ancestors. You get less DNA from your ancestors. You think the DNA from Jacob is 100% pure in you? No. You know how many generations done passed before you came? So the DNA becomes lesser and lesser and lesser and lesser. But we want to teach the people, we want to tell the people that, well, we are the pure seed of, no, you ain't.
No, the pure seed of evilness.
You ain't no pure seed of nothing. We mingled up, man. Make your choices. Choose. That's it. Choose what God you're going to serve and stick to it. And hope that God will accept you according to your ways that you and how you live your life. So therefore, we have to live our lives completely according to these laws. Because you don't have an idea of who the hell you is. You're a mutt. You're a mutt. Different. Listen, man. We well mixed up, man. But one thing we got on our side is that the desire to serve God. The desire to serve God. The determination to serve God. And you can turn that around by adhering to his laws, commandments, and statutes. So I speak like this not to down you, but just to show you where we came from and the position that we are in with God, man. But you, each and every one of us, could turn that around. I ain't got to remain the way I am now. I ain't got to continue to be evil and wicked. I ain't got to be that way. You chose to be that way, and you chose to be righteous. I'm going to be righteous, and I'm going to serve God. And that's what we need to do. Look in the mirror and tell yourself that I'm going to be righteous and I'm going to serve God, because that evil spirit that you have in you is against you. I said the evil spirit that you have in you is against you. That's the fight. That's the fight. Okay? DNA said the conflict of race has no genetic basis. The conflict of race has no genetic basis, but the genes that explain the phenotypic The way things look. Phenotypic means the way things look. Differences between population only represents a tiny part of our genes, confirming that the concept of race from a genetic standpoint is abolished. It's abolished. Huh? It's gone. Just serve God and keep his laws and keep his commandments. Stop looking at people and calling people strangers and foreigners and aliens. Leave that alone. We all mingled up. I said we all mingled up. And we all the way at the bottom of the totem pole. We trying to scratch and get our way back up, and your own brother take you and pull you back down with words. Take you and pull you back down. You doing something godly and righteous? I don't uplift you in that. I mean, that's good, brother. Hopefully I will get the strength to do what you're doing.
That's the idea.
That's the idea. DNA technology proves that there aren't much differences from people across the world. It ain't too many difference. Adam and Eve was not white. Okay? The skin color is a mutation, a broken gene that can't produce melanin. If people are so different, you wouldn't be able to have organ transplant. So this is the last thing I'm going to say about this. This is an example. Two guys, right? One black, one white, one needed a kidney transplant. They got tested and was found a match. Now, how can you have tissue transplant between two different people? Two different relations. You can't. Go ahead, Tom C.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God to keep all his statutes.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God to keep all his statutes. Okay? What do you mean by keep? To keep means to fulfill. In the Hebrew, it says shamar. Shin mem resh. It means to observe, to be on guard. To observe means to fulfill. Anything you observe, you fulfill or comply to obligations. To conform one's actions and practices to God's, to the Creator. So my actions and my practices has to be correlated with the ways of God. And the only way to learn the ways of God, you gotta read it. And when you determine, and when you perceive that my ways is not correlated with the ways of God, then you need to correct yourself. You need to correct yourself once you detect it, and hope that God allows you to detect it. And when you detect it, change. When you detect those ways, change. But we don't change. We remain the same way and want God to accept you that way. Mm-hmm. You want God to accept you the way you is when the standards was already set. I said the book already set the standards for man and woman. That's why the Creator said, hey, he said, follow Abraham. He said, look towards the woman. He said, follow Sarah. Huh? Follow Abraham, O men, and follow Mother Sarah. So you pick up this book and you read about everything that these righteous men that was chosen by God did and what they didn't do. How they walked and how they didn't walk. How they reacted and how they didn't react it. And you take all of that and put it to your daily living. If Abraham didn't move that way, you don't move that way. If Abraham didn't act that way, then you don't act that way. If Abraham moved the way he moved with his family and his wife, then that's how you move. Why? Because we're reading about a people that was chosen by God. Huh? We're trying to get chosen. I'm trying to get God to choose me. So what example can we use? And the only example that we can use is who we read about in the book. God looked at Abraham. He said, Abraham is my friend. When you look it up in the Hebrew, he said, Abraham is my love, my beloved. You know what that is? For God to voice that he loved Abraham. That's what he said, man. Look, I love this guy, man. Because Abraham was a man that he didn't have to explain nothing to. Abraham was a man that when God said, don't do this, he ain't did it. And he ain't asked God why. Abraham was a man that when God came to him and told him, hey, I want you to kill your son, your only son, whom thou lovest. Abraham, listen, it ain't a command for a son. Man, stop the foolishness. It's a natural thing for a father and the mother to love their kids. But God has never told you to love them. Go ahead with that, man. I love my kids. And I sure hope you love yours. I hope you love yours. Shoot, but I love mine. You don't want to love yours, you go ahead. But I love mine. But I'm not going to side with wickedness. I'm not going to side with evil. And if my children is wrong, ain't no cotton picking well, I'm going to correct you. I don't side with wickedness. If I don't side with my kids, what makes you think I'm going to side with you? And that's the closest thing to me. Besides my parents, number one. So, to keep means to fulfill. To guard means to watch by way of preventing. To watch by ways of preventing. How do you prevent? So guess what that means? In order to watch by preventing, you got to be all over the place. I got to be walking here. Remember what Abba said, man? Yeah, I'm going inside sleeping. And Abba come, he said, man, where's this guy at, man? He said, what are you doing in there sleeping? The man said, man, get up, man. Mm-hmm. He said, go up in the rooms and see what those guys is talking about. He said, go up in the kitchen and see what's going on there. He said, you are my eyes. Mm-hmm. That's what he said. So that's the job on Shabbat. Patrol the area. Make sure people is not talking their own words. Right. Make sure nobody is sweeping and mopping on God's holy day. Make sure nobody ain't going in the sink rinsing a spoon, because to rinse is to wash. Okay. And we don't wash dishes on Shabbat. I said we don't wash dishes on Shabbat. All that stuff that I do during the week, it will not be done today. Because God said to sanctify the day from the 6 working days. Right. So whatever you do on the 6 working days, you don't do today. It's plain and simple. It's not hard. But we harden our spirit against God's laws. So the Creator put a block and he put a distance between you and God. So when I bend my knee and I stretch up my head and pray to God, he don't hear you. Right. I'm not hearing you because your ways stink before me. That's right. Tom Sheik.
To keep all the statutes.
He said to keep all my statutes.
And his commandments.
And his commandments with what?
Which I command thee.
Mm-hmm.
Thou and thy son.
And thy son.
Thy son's son.
And your son's son.
All the days of thy life.
You know what you mean by son? When you look it up in Hebrew, it says generations. Down the line. So by me installing and teaching and being hard on my son, teaching them the ways of God, he in return would teach his kids. But it ain't happening that way. As a whole, this Israelite thing is dying out. Don't sit here and play with you. Listen. Don't fool yourself. That's what I was looking for. Don't fool yourself. The Israelite way of life, custom, tradition, and practices is dying out. I say it's dying out. Because every generation is getting weaker and weaker. Weaker and weaker. And you know who did it? Your fathers. The fathers is bringing up the kids in a way that's not acceptable by God. They got a 6-year-old sitting in the barbershop. Why? So that's why when you're reading the book, God said the pit is for today. That wasn't for our forefathers. Until the pit be dug for the wicked. So in order to stay out the pit, you get yourself out at that wicked branch. I don't want God to look at me and say I'm wicked. So in order for God not to look at me and say I'm wicked, I got to live according to the ways that God showed me. I got to start putting these laws and commandments into effect that God shows me through this book. You playing games with these laws. I got to start looking the way God want me to look. I got to start eating the way God want me to eat. The commandments and the ways of God are two different things. Our ways stinks. Our ways stinks because we think it's all about just frontlet, bracelet, garment, fringes. Walking around just doing that. I do law. You don't do no law. You don't do nothing. That's a drop in the ocean. That ain't nothing. My father said, always look at yourself as if you're not doing enough. That's what my father said. He said, always tell yourself that I'm not doing enough. Never become satisfied in life. Never. Because when you become satisfied, then guess what? You stop progressing. When you become satisfied, then you stop your growth in God. You stop that satisfaction in God. You stop the growth. You stop growing. Because now you're satisfied and you feel you have completed everything. You're good. That's the mentality that we don't need. We don't need that type of mentality. King David kept a guilty conscience before God. I said King David kept a guilty conscience before God. And by him keeping that guilty conscience before God, he continuously checked himself. He continuously was on top of himself concerning the laws and the commandments of God. Now you have 70 and 80-year-old men shaving their face. And they ain't never shaved their face before. So now you have to be careful who you go to for advice. I can't go to every old sucker for no advice. I got to watch how you live before I go to you for some type of advice. Because I need some godly advice. That's what I need. I don't need no advice that's not godly. I need godly advice. Advice that correlates with what God says. Let's read it.
And thy son and thy son's son all the days of thy life, and that thy days may be prolonged. Verse 3. Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with thee, and that you may increase mightily, as the Lord God of thy fathers.
Say, hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with you. That it may be well with you. Does it say T for well? Yep. Yata. That ye may improve. That ye may be good. That's the only way you're going to improve with God. I got to hearken. I got to start fulfilling these laws in order to improve, to show some type of improvement with God. So when we violate a commandment, when we violate these laws, repent. But in order to repent, you have to feel sorry for what you did. You got to have some type of guilty conscience of what you did before God in order to truly repent before God, not to do it again, not to repeat the same thing over. Go ahead.
Hear therefore, O Israel,
and observe to do it,
that it may be well with thee.
That it may be well with thee.
That you may increase mightily, as the Lord God of thy fathers hath promised thee, in the land that floweth with milk and honey.
Okay. Remember what he told Cain last night. He said, if you do as he said, if you do as well, in the Hebrew it said, I will exalt you. If you improve, I will exalt you. So when we do wrong, when we violate a law, when we violate each other, the only way to show you're sorrowful for God is to improve your lifestyle. Repent, confess your sin, and improve your lifestyle according to the standards that God has set. Huh? Isn't that that's the walk? That's how it goes. Brother got stabbed up, he got shot. He said, man, these things happen to me because of what I've done. Because of my shortcomings before God. Never look at it as if it would just happen. No. Or this is because of this person or that person. No, all this happened to me is because I'm coming up short with God. And I need to prepare and get myself better with God so that certain things won't happen to me. Right. Evil's going to come. Right. Things is going to happen because God said time and chance happen to them all. It happens to the wicked as well as the righteous. As well as the righteous as well as the wicked. But the one thing, but the difference between those two things is that God will deliver the righteous out of everything that he goes into. God will put you through it and get you out. Shock treatment. That's what it's called, shock treatment. You become stagnated and you ain't moving. God got to shock you. That's all it is. You ain't going to do 10 years. God is putting you through shock treatment. Your mind ain't made up somewhere down the line. So I'm keeping the hatchet over your neck. He said, I'm going to keep the hatchet over you. Make your mind up 1,000% now. I'm not going to drop it on your neck, brother. But I'm going to keep you going through that shock treatment. It looks like you think you're going to do 20 years. I ain't doing no 20 years. But God is putting me through shock treatment to substantiate to substantiate the validity, to substantiate your integrity, to strengthen you and get your mind right with God. Huh? Somewhere down the line, you gotta clean up. You gotta clean up. That's all it is. God knows you go down, you get up in the hospital or in jail or whatever. You can't serve God. No way. Go ahead, let's read it.
Hear, O Israel. The Lord our God is one Lord.
Hear, O Israel. Huh? Yeah. Now. Oh, shoot. All right, go ahead. I have my notes for Deuteronomy 4, and I'm in Deuteronomy 6. Go ahead, let's read it. You're going to stay there. We're going to stay there. That needed to happen.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God. With what?
With all thine heart.
With all thine heart.
With all thy soul.
With all your soul.
With all thy might.
With all your might. Nobody gets that. Okay. The wife don't get that. The husband don't get that. The children don't get that. Nobody gets that but God. God said to love him with all your heart, soul, and might. With all your heart, soul, and might. Okay? So nobody can cross and go against these laws, and I'm going to side with you. Once you go against God, it's like you went against me. That's why when Saul did what he did, Samuel cried all night. I said, Samuel cried all night. Listen, that was his connection. Samuel had a hell of a connection with God, man. He had so much of a connection that when people violated the law, he felt it. And he got emotional. He felt it. You know the type of connection that is? We never get there. I would love to get there. I would love to get there where I see you violating the law and I get hurt. You know what that is? To see a person violate God's law and you feel away? That ain't no joke. That ain't no joke, man.
You have a long way to get there.
A long way to get there.
Short time.
To where that's when a person violates the law, You don't say, oh, that's good for them. Oh, look how you acting. Oh, blah, blah, blah. You start to feel sorry for them. He said, man, look, man, they eating the blood. He ain't get mad. He said, yo, hurry up. Go stop them. No, I leave them. That's their ways. Go ahead, eat it. You gonna cut. No, that's not the mind frame. That's not the mentality that God is looking for. I said, that's not the mentality. Pentecost was an excellent example. Yes, Zacharias. Yeah. Excellent example. Yeah. This Simeonite, take this woman, went up in the tent to cohabitate. The plague is out. Everybody's crying at the tabernacle, at the doors of the entrance, because the wrath of God is loose. This guy walks through. When you had seen that, man, grabbed this javelin, went up in the tent and hit both of them. And that's what stilled. That's what stopped the plague. That's what caused God's anger to be pacified. Judgment. Judgment. There's no judgment going on now. I said, there's no judgment going on now. Nobody does judgment no more. Know why? Because we go by the Christian saying, he who is without sin cast the first stone. Ain't nobody gonna stone you then.
Nobody. Don't judge.
Don't judge me, brother. Judge yourself. Another Christian terminology. Judge yourself.
Bust the crazy bald heads.
Come on, man. So it's this serving this God is a type of mentality. Yeah. Serving this God, it requires a certain type of mentality. Yeah. Because when you acquire this godly mentality, then I won't disagree with nothing that I read. I won't disagree with nothing that I read. Everything that I read, I will accept. Yeah. Because God accepted. Yeah. Let's read it.
And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thy heart.
He said these words. That what?
Which I command thee.
Which I command thee this day.
Shall be in thine heart.
Shall be in thy heart. Shall be in your mind.
Thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest
in the house,
when thou walkest
when you walk by the way,
when thou liest down,
when you lie down,
and
when you rise up.
And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thy hand.
Bind them for a sign upon thy hand.
And they shall be as frontlets.
And they shall be as frontlets between your eyes.
And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house.
So there are certain laws that goes between your eyes. Yeah. There are certain laws that you're supposed to bind on your hand. And there are certain laws that you put on the doorposts. Right. That's right. Easy laws. And they ain't hard about that. Right. And we can't do that right. You walk around and you see Israelites, they got the kai behind it, in between their eyes. God ain't said put 2 Hebrew letters there. God ain't said put those 2 Hebrew letters there. Okay. It was already specified what God said to put between your eyes. Right. And this was the work that my father put in. That's right. So you have laws in Deuteronomy 6. You have laws in Deuteronomy 11. You have laws in Exodus 13. Some of those, all those laws, some of them are supposed to go between your eyes and on your hand. So he sat in the room with his paper. I said, what's up, right? He said, nah. He said, I'm trying to figure out how am I going to get all these laws between my eyes and on my hand. And he just sat there and thought and just thought and thought and thought. There was a brother there named Prince Zachariah. He told Zachariah, Prince Zachariah, he said, hey, he said, I need you to go to Kinko's. He wrote all those laws down, took the paper, went to Kinko's and shrunk it, miniaturized it. Yeah. Then after he miniaturized it, he was able to fold it, put it in the frontlet, put it between your eyes. Right. And the same thing with that. But wisdom comes from the performance of God's law. Right. Wisdom is not going to come to you if you are not performing and fulfilling the laws of God. That's right. That's right. Tom sheet.
Verse 9. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house and on thy gates. And it shall be, when the Lord thy God shall have brought thee into the land which he sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, to Jacob, to give thee great and goodly cities, which thou buildest not, And houses full of all good things
which thou fillest not.
Wells dig.
Not. You ain't dig. Vineyards and olive
trees which thou
you didn't plant.
When thou shalt have eaten and be full, then beware.
Lest
thou forget.
So now God doesn't move the sin to a land that we ain't had to do no work. The houses was built, everything was planted, everything was set up. Yeah. All we had to do was move in. That's it. Right? So now, go ahead. He said, then beware, lest thou forget the Lord,
which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage.
You know what that means, man? The things that God did for you, never forget. Right. Never forget the things that God put you through.
That's right.
Because when you tend to forget the things that God put you through, that He delivered you out of, you're gonna back up. Yeah. You're supposed to use that as a spark to keep you pushing for God. Always remember the things that God delivered you from. What God put you through. Come see.
Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God.
Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God.
And serve him.
And
shalt swear
by his name. Come see.
You shall not go after other gods, of the gods of the people which are round about.
How do you go after other gods? A lot of people don't know how to go after other gods. You don't have to be in the church to go after other gods. You don't have to be in the Muslim mosque to go after other gods. All you have to do is follow and go after their ways. Follow their ways. Do the things that they do. Subsequent view. Subsequent view means having the same outlook or the same view.
That's right.
Your view about this situation is completely opposite. Okay? Tom She.
For the Lord thy God is a jealous God.
For the Lord thy God is a jealous God among you.
Lest the anger of the Lord thy God
be kindled against thee
and destroy thee
from off the face of the earth. He said, God we dealing with a jealous God. So when we turn our backs on God and give his praises to idols and deities, God becomes jealous.
That's right.
We make God jealous. Yeah. The same way if you're married and you got a wife and you catch your wife in another man's face, you're going to get jealous.
That's right.
And you're going to approach this situation. Yo, what's up? Who is you? Oh, hello. This is my wife. Who are you? It's not going to be nice. That's right. Tom She.
Verse 16. You shall not tempt the Lord your God as he tempted him in Massah.
You know how many times we don't tempt God? Still up to this day. You know what's the temptation? You know how do you tempt God? We tempt God by going against his laws, by breaking his commandments. We tempt him. We provoke him. Go ahead, read.
You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God and his testimonies and his statutes which he had commanded thee. Verse 18.
Okay, cut that. Go to Deuteronomy 4 now.
Deuteronomy chapter 4.
Deuteronomy chapter 4.
Now therefore hearken, O Israel, unto the statutes and unto the judgments which I teach you, for to do them, that ye may live and go in and possess the land which the Lord God of your fathers giveth you. You shall not add unto the word which I command you.
You cannot possess, we could not have possessed the land just coming out of Egypt. Because we had ways about us that we had to get rid of. Before God brought you, before God can accept you, you have to change your ways, change your lifestyle. Okay? I can't just accept, like my father said, man, when you get married, there's a thing called trial and error. I can't just jump in the bed with this woman because I have to realize and recognize where I'm getting her from. I'm snatching her from a lifestyle that she has been living for over 20 years. Okay? So now she has to prove to me, not to God, because she don't know God. She don't know who God is. Her God is wood and stone. Her God is the drink on the cross. And you are trying to instill the fear of God in this woman and show her who God is. So she don't know God. So you got to prove to me that you forgot. So it's trial and error. So no, we're not getting no blue room action. No, I'm not going to take you to the blue room. Huh? Brother said the bowels is full of ham and stuffing. It's full of ham and stuffing. You're right. It's still running through her vessels. And you over here talking about that's your wife. Brother said full of ham and stuffing. Yo, you are. You're right. She have not let go of her gods yet. She's still living that life. It's still in her heart. She hasn't let go. So it takes time and a lot of training. Time and training. Time and training and actions.
That's right.
Watch the action.
And actions. Tom sheet.
You shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall you diminish aught from it, that you may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you.
You know how we can add? I ain't got to voice it. All I got to do is see you with a bald face. Keep shaving your face and keep balding your heads, and you're adding on to the word of God.
Okay.
Why? Because you are a leader in the nation. You are a head in the nation, and people look up to you. So now, when people come to your camp and see you up there teaching with a bald head and a bald face, you will have a newcomer and say, oh, it's okay. Because I see Chief Yakanan with a bald head. He look at Chief Yakanan, oh, Chief Yakanan, he got a goatee.
Yeah.
Maybe I could have a goatee.
Some of these leaders with bald heads.
Okay, so leaders, continue to bald your head. You're doing a great job. Leaders, cheese and princes, continue to shave your face. You're doing a good job.
Yo.
So now when you have the new people come, you're going to lead the new people astray. And the new people, so now how do you fix that now? You have to go up there and make a fool of yourself now. Go up there while you're bald and with your shaved face and say, people, you may see me with a bald face and a bald head, but I am breaking law. It's against the law. So don't look at me and follow me. Because if they follow you, God will charge you. Because they following the statutes of Chief Yakanan. You're causing the people to sin. Chief Yakanan is anybody. It's an example. Don't take it literally. I don't come up here and mention people's names. I don't come up here and mention people's names.
Negroes is weird, man. Weird.
And that's how you allow people, that's how you add on to God's word. By doing things contrary from what it says in the book. And then people follow you and they walk in your statutes. And what? Remember God, he said, you have walked in the statutes of who? Of Omri. He said, you have walked in the statutes of Omri. Omri was the pace setter. Omri started it. Omri set it off. And then we have leaders following our newly leaders. New appointed leaders.
Self-proclaimed.
Come on, man. Tom Shee, where we at?
Middle of two. Neither shall you diminish aught from it.
Neither shall you diminish aught from it. Don't take away. Don't add on and don't take away. It's perfect the way God said it.
That's right.
Leave it the way it is. As you read it and do.
Yeah.
When you start to go into all these books, so you need to go into this secular, I'm trying to find the secular physical, this type of book. And then forget all them books.
They didn't have that.
There you go. It's the science, though, brother.
Forget all them books.
The science.
Because if you read those books, it has to correlate with the book, with this book.
There you go.
This is the book it has to correlate with.
Yeah.
When I read my books and I go into other books and stuff, it has to correlate with what this says.
Right.
This is why let me give you an example. I read in another book. We read about Judah and his three sons when he had Onan, and Shelah.
Yeah.
Okay? Onan, was wicked in the eyes of God.
Yeah.
And he killed them. So, and I read in the book that the reason why God killed them was because did not want to marry a woman from his nation. He wanted to marry a woman from his Canaanite, his mother was a Canaanite.
Right.
And he didn't want the wife that Judah got for him. So he killed them. That's what I got from another book. But guess what? You're not going to never hear me teach that up here.
No.
You know why you ain't going to hear me teach that up here? Because I ain't read it here.
That's right.
I didn't read it in the Tanakh. So therefore, you ain't going to hear me specify or speak that.
Right.
Okay? You're not going to hear me say things that I don't read in the book.
That's right.
Abraham
Yeah, make it clear.
had a wife named Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
Keturah, in the book here, it never stated that Keturah was Hagar.
Yo,
Stop! Yo, man, stop, man. What's wrong with us?
where did you get that from?
We're in the book. Show me in this book that Keturah was Hagar.
I'm not shy.
Please, somebody, please show me. I said, show me in this book where Keturah is Hagar. So if you don't read in Genesis that Keturah was Hagar, Hagar was Sarah's handmaid. It wasn't Keturah. Stop telling people and voicing things that you don't read in the cotton picking book. This is why Israelites, yo man, this is why Israelites, they despise my father.
That's right. That's what happens when you.
I said, you see how I teach? You need to meet my father.
Facts.
You need to meet my pops.
Facts.
I said, you need to meet my father.
Facts. Facts. That's what happens when you blood is fat and pull your head. You damn fools. Talk about it, drama.
Right.
Keturah is not Hagar.
Okay.
Stop telling me that. I don't want to hear it. If you don't read it here, stop. I don't want to hear it. I go by what the book said. This is the only book that God preserved for me to keep and to read. This is what I'm going by.
That's right.
All the rest of the books that tell you things contrary from what
No
this
good,
is,
no good.
it's no good.
That's right.
It's no good, man.
Right.
But people is going astray.
That's right.
People has gone astray from God. They have gone so far away from God that God is allowing them to go into these foreign books and believe the things that they got out the book.
Yeah.
And they're disbelieving
Yeah.
what discrediting this.
Trying to rewrite history.
Sure.
Brothers say they want to rewrite history.
They're trying to do. That's what the rest of the world doing.
Right. You're right. That's what
They're
it is.
trying to rewrite
What's wrong with us,
history.
man? What's wrong with us? Stay grounded in this.
Mhm.
Let's read.
Neither shall you diminish aught from it, that ye may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I
Oh, wait
command
a minute. You mean to tell me
Hold on.
once you add on and take away from what God said, you won't be keeping the law. That's not keeping God's law.
Okay.
Why? Because look at Leviticus 19. An excellent example. In Leviticus 19, when it starts to speak about the peace offerings, right? He said, ye shall offer it at your own will. The word for in the Hebrew for your own will is razon. You know what razon means? Offer it at your own will so that it can be accepted. Okay? You know what else I get from that? If I don't do these laws of my own will, if I don't do these laws like it's written, then it will not be accepted. God not going to accept it because you done add on, you done took away, you're putting your own mix. You a DJ now. You're putting your own mix to the word of God. You done remixed the laws of God to fit you. So now, because you done remixed the laws and the commandments of God, God's not going to accept you, and He's going to accept whatever you're doing because you done add on and take away. What's wrong with us, man? What's wrong with us, man? Keturah is not Hagar.
Oh, that's crazy.
Keturah is Keturah. Hagar was Hagar. Listen, man. Nowhere in the book states that Keturah was Hagar.
Right.
So stop telling people that. Stop teaching this foolishness to people, to newcomers. That's why everybody can't come up here and teach, you know.
That's right.
Oh, no.
That's right.
Everybody should not be allowed to come up here and teach the word of God.
And pray.
Correct.
And pray.
Once you start going off, now it's time for you to sit down, brother.
That's right.
Because
It's time for you to sit down.
That's right.
Let's read.
your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor.
Your eyes have seen what?
What the Lord did.
What the Lord did?
Peor.
Because of who?
Baal Peor.
You know who Baal Peor is? Baal Peor. Baal means Lord. They also use that word Baal. It also means possessor or husband or master. Baal Peor. Peor comes from the Greek root word Pa'ad. Pa'ad means opening. Lord of the opening. You know what else it means? The God of anal and oral sex.
Right.
That's what Baal Peor is.
Yeah.
To get contact with this deity, you have to perform oral sex,
That is the worship.
anal sex. That is a part, orgies. That is a part of the worship dedicated to this deity. Okay? Your brother said Diddy parties. Pretty simple.
Everything that goes down.
Everything that went down in those parties, you don't want to be. And where you want to be, you don't want to be there. And where you want to be, you don't want to see. You do not want to be there. I'm telling you. Baal Peor is the god of anal and oral sex. Homosexuality between man and man.
Woman and woman.
Woman and woman. All these things. Bestiality. All these things is included in Baal Peor worship.
All worship.
And the nation of Israel gravitated towards it. They clung towards it. That's why the Creator said don't join yourself. Watch who you join yourself to. I said, watch who you join yourself to.
Right.
Because when you join yourself to a person, when you join or attach yourself to a woman, you know what happens after that? You know what happens after that? You gonna serve God.
Right.
But behind your back, she ain't gonna be serving God.
Right.
You gonna think she doing what she doing.
Okay.
But my God is a God. My God is all righteous. That's why in Genesis 6, in Genesis 6, he said,
Right.
I will not strive with man
Right.
in his error. In the Hebrew in Genesis 6, it says, I will not strive or punish man in his error. Which means make sure that what you're doing is 100% in error, not presumptuous.
That's right.
Error meaning I don't know. I didn't know this was going on.
That's right.
I didn't know this was happening.
Right.
Right.
God, please deliver me. Because I didn't know. If I knew, I would not accept this.
Right. Right.
Tom sheet.
That's right.
Middle of 3.
Tom sheet.
For all the men that followed Baal Peor, the Lord thy God had destroyed them from among you.
Tom sheet.
But ye that did cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you this day.
But ye that did cleave. The word for cleave is dabat. Dalet bet kuf. It means to adhere or to cling. To adhere means to believe in and follow the practice of. You're not going to follow the practice if you don't believe.
Right. That's right.
Because belief triggers action. You got to believe first in order to put forth the action.
Yeah.
Right.
Nobody is putting forth the action because they don't believe.
Right.
You are on top of this person talking about, man, why are you not doing? And why you? Because they don't believe God. They don't believe your God.
Right.
So it's not going to trigger that person to start pushing up on God's laws. So depending on what a person do now you will know how much the person believes.
That's right.
Your belief is stronger 10 years before. Because what you're doing now, you wasn't doing 10 years before. So now you can tell whether my belief has been strengthened in God by your actions and what you do in life that correlates with what you read in that book. Now you can tell and say, well, listen, man, my belief has gotten stronger. Well, how you know that? How you know? How you can tell? Because I've been doing more. I've been living. I've been doing more. Go ahead.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me that you should do so.
He said, behold, I have taught you what?
Statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me that you should do so. In the land whither ye go to possess it.
What verse you at?
6.
Go ahead, let's read.
Keep therefore and do them. For this is your wisdom.
Keep therefore and do them. He said, because this is your wisdom in the what?
And your understanding.
And your understanding.
In the sight of the nations.
In the sight of the nations.
Which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding
wise
people.
and understanding people. Tom, see?
For what nation is there so great, who hath God so nigh unto them, as the Lord our God is in all things that we call upon him for? And what nation is there so great, that has statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law which I set before you this day? Only take heed to thyself.
Only take heed to yourself. When you're taking heed to yourself, you're watching yourself. Be aware of yourself. Take heed to yourself. When you're taking heed to yourself, you gotta be truthful in order to do that. I cannot take heed to myself if I'm not truthful. Because I'm gonna tell myself, well, I ain't doing nothing wrong. I'm just doing this. Be truthful with yourself. Do you recognize that what you're doing is completely opposite from what God said?
Yeah.
Can you acknowledge that what you're doing and what you did and what you said is in violation of what? And it doesn't correlate with what God said? Now you can correct it. Yeah. Because I'm taking heed and I'm being truthful with myself, being able to pinpoint where I'm coming short at.
That's right.
Don't be stubborn with yourself. Don't be unyielding. Yeah. Be truthful with yourself and say, man, you know what? I'm really coming up short with God.
Right.
I am not doing things that I know I should be doing. I am not fulfilling the things that I know I should be fulfilling because I know the way that God wants me to walk, and I ain't walking that way.
Right.
Yeah. I said, I know the way that God wants me to walk, and I'm not walking that way. So therefore, these things is going to transpire into my life. This is what's going to happen. Why? Because I'm not walking the way God wants me to walk. There is a way that God prescribed and wants all of us to walk. Everybody got a place. Man, woman, and children. Let's read it.
Verse 9. Only take heed to thyself and keep thy soul diligently.
Only what? Read that over.
Only take heed to thyself and keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life.
Only what? Take heed to yourself
and keep thy soul diligent.
And keep thy soul diligent. When you take heed to yourself, be diligent. Don't go back and forth. Go ahead. And what?
Lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen.
Lest thou forget the things which your eyes have seen. Don't forget what God done put you through. Don't forget the things that you witnessed. Don't forget the things. Listen. Don't forget the things that you done experienced with God.
Yeah. This
thing happened in 1985. 1985. And my father spoke about this instance like it was yesterday. Up until the day of his death, he spoke about that. He said, because the reason why I speak about this, because these are the things that's gonna keep me going. This is the things that charges my batteries. And this is a glory, this is glorification towards God. So, my mother and my father, they're in the courtroom. My father is looking at life.
99 of life.
My Father is looking at a life sentence. My father is sitting down here. My mother is sitting down here. My father said, the judge is looking at him. The bailiff is there at the door with cuffs. Guys right around him about to cuff him. He said he heard a still, small voice whisper in his right ear.
Said it was a child's voice, but clear as a grown man.
Yeah, a child's voice clear as a grown man.
Yeah.
Whispered in his right ear and told him, when the judge take his eyes off of you, get up and leave. He said he turned around, look, ain't nobody there.
Yeah.
Next thing he looked at the judge went like this, drop his head. The people that's in the courtroom, they froze.
Yeah.
The bailiff by the door, they froze. The only one that was moving any type of action was my father and my mother.
That's right.
My mother didn't hear it, and she could tell you what she saw. She was a witness. So my father said, come on, Isha, let's go. My mother said, wait, don't go nowhere. They're watching us. He said, don't worry about it. Let's go. He got up and he walked out the courtroom.
Everything still.
The judge didn't say nothing to him. The bailiff didn't stop him. The people that's sitting in the courtroom, they sleep. Nobody said nothing to him. I said, that's God, man.
Yeah.
I said, that's God. I said, God throws everybody in the courtroom.
Just in the courtroom.
When he walked out, my mother walked out with him.
Everything lively.
Everything lively outside the door.
That's right.
Action. People going back and forth, moving.
Suspension.
So my father said, I want you to go back in the courtroom and tell me what they said. He said, I'm out of here.
I'm out.
My father left. When my mother walked in, she looked around. Everybody still sleep.
Yeah.
The judge still with his head down. Bailiff still sleep standing up. Everybody sleep. She said when she sat down, that's when the judge picked her head up and said, where's the man that was sitting right there? You gonna tell me that ain't God? I said, you gonna tell me that ain't my God? The God of Israel is his name. I said, the God of Israel is his name. Let's read.
Yeah. True.
Lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen, unless they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life. But teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons. Especially the day that thou stoodest before the Lord thy God in
He
war.
said, especially.
Don't forget that day.
He said, especially the day that thou stoodest before the Lord thy God in Horeb. That was a hell of a day. Huh?
Yeah.
You know what that is?
Yeah.
To be standing before. You ever stood before a mountain?
Mountain.
I never stood before, but that's, look, man, a mountain, you're before a mountain. I only see mountains from far out.
Wow. See how big they are.
You see how big they are.
Yeah.
I've been up north, and I go when you come outside and you look out, you see mountains. Mountains. You know what it is to be before a mountain? That's a hell of a sight, man. So God, the presence of God came down on that mountain.
Yeah.
And judged by the presence of God coming down on that mountain,
It animated the mountain.
it incinerated and animated that mountain to where the mountain was on fire. The mountain is skipping, and the next thing you hear the voice of God coming out of the midst of that fire, and the whole nation, millions of people, was witness to that.
That's right. That's right.
So one day, my father calls me in the room. He said, "Yo, man, look at this." He showed me on the Science Channel that archaeologists and scientists was at Mount Horeb, Mount Sinai, and they said, "Look at this mountain, the whole mountain range." He said, "It seems like it was on fire for a very long time."
Yeah.
He said, "Something that was on fire is singed." He said, "Look at the amount of sulfur."
Yeah.
The amount of sulfur that was on that mountain sulfur only builds from something that was burnt.
Yeah.
You gonna tell me my God ain't God?
Religion that.
Come on, man. Let's read.
Especially the day that thou stoodest before the Lord God in Horeb, when the
Mhm.
Lord said unto me, gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn
That
to
they may
fear
learn
me
to fear me
all the days that
all
they
the
shall
days
live
that they
upon
shall
the
live
earth,
upon the earth.
and that they may teach their children.
That's why God brought the nation there, to prove them,
This
to
is real.
instill fear in
This is
them.
real. This is real.
Okay, go ahead, read.
And he came near and stood under the mountain,
Deuteronomy 4, verse 11.
and the mountain burnt with fire into the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. And the Lord spake unto you out of the midst of the fire. Ye heard the voice of the words.
You heard the voice of the words,
But saw no similitude.
but you ain't seen no similitude.
Only ye heard a voice.
Only you heard a voice. Tamshi.
And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded
He
you
declared
to perform.
unto you his covenant. He declared unto you his agreement. Tamshi.
Even 10 commandments. And he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go over to possess it. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves.
Take ye therefore good heed to yourself.
For ye saw no manner of similitude.
For ye saw no manner of similitude
on the day that the Lord spake unto you in Horeb, out of the midst of the fire. Lest ye corrupt yourself.
Lest you corrupt yourself.
And make you a graven
and
image.
make you a graven image.
The similitude of
The
any
similitude
figure.
of any figure.
The likeness of
the
male.
likeness of male or female. What does corrupt mean? So this is how we corrupt ourselves. I said this is how you corrupt yourself.
Break it down.
And when you read and it shows you how you corrupt yourself by doing this particular thing, stay away from it.
That's right.
Because when you do it now, you corrupt yourself.
yourself.
We do so much things in our lives that corrupts us.
Right.
We do so much things in our lives today that corrupts us with God. What does corrupt mean? What happens when you're corrupt? To corrupt means what? Means to change from good to bad in morals, manners, or actions by violating the commandments of God. Okay? So when you're corrupt, you perform immoral and illegal acts without apology. I say immoral and illegal acts without feeling sorry, no guilt about what you did. Okay? To change or debase oneself by making errors against God's law or unintentional alterations, which is when you have no intentions of changing oneself. So debase means what? To reduce in value, character, or esteem.
Right.
Okay, Tamshi. Okay, hold up. Don't go off yet. Now, to pervert means to alter. To pervert means to change from its original course, meaning or state, to a distortion. Distortion means to mislead. Wait a minute. Do we hear what pervert means? To change from its original course, meaning, or state. We have perverted the laws of God going front and back. We done took away and add on and took this side and said it. And we done perverted God's law front to back. To cause to turn aside from what God said is good. To be marred means to ruin or diminish the good or wholeness of a person by violating God's laws. Okay? So now, it says, lest you corrupt yourself, right, and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure. The word for graven image is a fesel. All right? A fesel. What does a fesel mean? Fesel means idols, and it also means image. What is an idol? An idol is a false god. I said an idol is a false god. Likeness of something or form or appearance visible without substance. Do we know what without substance is? Without life. Without life. So now, check out. Graven images also refers to cult image, a human-made object that is worship for the deity or spirit that it embodies or represents. That's why you find most people that is into witchcraft, right, will have a picture of you, and they will, or a doll, and they will put your spirit in that doll, and whatever they do to that doll, you feel it. They link it. That's true. That's not no lies. Canaanites did it. Egyptians did it. All these things, you have people today that do it. Today they do it. Which reminds me of teraphims, which is small images or cult objects which used as domestic household gods. That's why I don't buy my kids G.I. Joe figures.
Yeah.
That's why I don't buy my daughter dolls.
Yeah.
That's why I don't buy them images, teddy bears. I don't buy these things. Those things I don't have in my house. You may say I'm going to extreme. You may say I'm going to extreme. But I'm not. I'd rather go extreme with it than to do it and violate the laws of God. Can't take that chance. Similitude is temuna. All right. Temuna means pictures, right, of any figure called samel. Samel means all emblems. We didn't deal with emblems. We didn't deal with signs and emblems. We didn't deal with none of those things. So the root word for samal means what? To make like, to be similar. Tamshi.
The similitude of any figure. The likeness of male or female.
The likeness of male or female.
The likeness of any beast that is on the earth.
The likeness of any beast that is what?
On the earth.
That is on the earth.
The likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air. The likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground. The likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. Unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God had divided unto all nations under the whole heaven.
What verse you at?
20.
Go ahead.
But the Lord had taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance.
To be unto him a people of inheritance. So that you could be my possession. Go ahead.
As ye are this day.
As ye are this day.
Verse 21.
Tamshi.
Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me for your sakes.
Moses said, furthermore, on top of all that, God was angry with me because of you.
He got mad at me because of you. It happened.
God got angry at Moses because of what the people did. Go ahead.
And swear that I should not go over Jordan.
So now I can't go over Jordan. There's no way I can go into that land because you guys see there's no water. And y'all complain and bicker and complain about water when there's no water. What the people were supposed to do? Complain to God. Turn to God. Entreat of the Lord that he give you water. Turn towards him. They didn't do that. They complained. Got Moses angry.
Threatened Moses' life.
And because of that, he didn't sanctify the name of God. So now, because he didn't sanctify the name of God, God told him, he said, you can't go into this land. He said, because you and Aaron. Aaron wasn't. Aaron ain't had nothing to do with it. He wasn't there. But he brought them down. They was all one. Moses and Aaron, they was one. What one did affect the other. What this one did affect this one. Tamshi.
And swear that I should not go over Jordan, and that I should not go in unto that good land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance.
And he begged God. He begged them and begged them and begged them. He pleaded, please, please. You know what God told him? He said, listen, come up here. You can see the land, but don't speak of this no more. You're not going.
That's fine.
I feel sorry for him.
Yeah.
After that, he came down, turned towards the people and said, it was for your sakes why I can't see the land now. He said, you dudes. Go ahead, read.
But I must die in this land. I must not go over Jordan. But ye shall go over and possess that good land. Take heed unto yourselves.
Take heed unto yourselves.
Lest ye forget the covenant of the Lord your God.
Forget the covenant of the Lord your God.
Which he made with you. And make you a graven image, or the likeness of anything which the Lord thy God hath forbidden thee. For the Lord thy God is a consuming fire.
He said, take heed that you don't go over there and start making a graven image or the likeness of anything. What about that verse? He didn't say you can have it as long as you don't worship it. He said, take heed to yourself, lest you make you a graven image or the likeness of nothing that God created. A likeness of nothing that God has created. You can have to yourself, man. Tom Sheep.
For the Lord thy God is a consuming fire.
He's a consuming fire.
Even a jealous God.
Even a jealous God. What verse you at?
I'm at 25.
Tom Sheep.
But thou shalt beget children and children's children, and shall have remained long in the land.
He said, when you get children, and children's children, and children's children, he said, you remain, you're in the land, right? Go ahead.
And shall corrupt yourselves.
And shall corrupt yourselves.
And make a graven image.
And make a graven image.
Or the likeness of
or
anything.
The likeness of anything.
And shall do evil.
And shall do evil in the sight of the Lord.
To provoke him to anger.
Provoke him to anger.
I call heaven and earth to witness against you.
I call heaven and earth to witness against you. God call heaven and earth. Huh? Which means you can't substantiate or settle a matter without 2 or more witnesses. And if you don't have 2 or more witnesses, leave it alone until you get your witnesses. Don't start accusing because I was the only one in the room and it got missing because I was the only one in the room. But I didn't touch it.
You still didn't touch it.
I didn't touch it. Not because I was the only one in it, in the room. Don't blame me. But you have evil people that will use that. You have people that will use that. They'll take it and say, well, it wasn't me. I wasn't it. No good. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
That ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land.
That ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land.
Whereunto ye go over Jordan to possess it. Ye shall not prolong your days upon it, but ye shall utterly be destroyed. And the Lord shall scatter you among the nations, and you shall be left few in number among the heathen, whither the Lord shall lead you.
Didn't that happen already?
Yeah. That happened.
Didn't that happen already? God scattered us all over the place, man. Yeah. I said, God scattered us all. He dispersed us and scattered us all over. The things that Israel went through, God put us through it. Don't hate the white man. Don't hate this one. Don't hate nobody but yourself. Hate yourself. Because God, you done put yourself through all this because you refused to hearken to God. God, the Creator, said, man, if you turn against these laws, if you don't take heed to these laws and you continue to corrupt yourself, the land is going to spew you out. The land going to kick you out. And once the land kick you out, good God said, he said, I'm going to draw the sword after you. The sword coming right after you. Famine coming right after you. Plagues going to come right after you. You're going to get sick. You're going to die. You're going to be chased. Everywhere you go, you're going to go through it. God is doing that. Hoping that Israel acknowledge their ways and return. But nobody's acknowledging their ways. Nobody is wholeheartedly returning to God. How do you return to God wholeheartedly? 100%. Stop sinning presumptuously. When you know of something to be wrong, don't do it. That easy. I know it's wrong, but I still continue to do it. Go ahead, read.
And the Lord shall scatter you among the nations.
And
you shall be left few in number among the heathen, whither the Lord shall lead you. And there you shall serve gods.
And there ye shall serve gods.
The work of men's hands.
The work of man's
wood
hands.
And stone.
Wood and stone.
Which neither see.
Nor hear. Nor eat. Nor smell. So you have a lot of people, Israelites, that are serving gods of wood and stone. That turned towards deities and was serving gods of wood and stone. That was the commandment of God. You can't change that. That's the curse. Just be happy that you ain't there. You're not in that predicament. I can't go in the church talking about teaching the Lord. I'm not staying out the church. Leave those people alone. Whoever God is going to cause to gravitate towards His Lord will come through.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
Verse 29. But if from thence thou shalt seek the Lord thy God, thou shalt find him. And thou shalt seek him with all thy heart and with all thy soul. With thy ardent tribulation, and all these things are come upon thee, even in the latter days. If thou turn to the Lord thy God, and shalt be obedient unto his voice. For the Lord thy God is a merciful God. He will not forsake
let's
thee.
cut that. Let's go to Numbers 12. Go to Numbers chapter 12. Got it?
Numbers chapter 12.
Numbers chapter 12.
And Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman.
Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses because he married an Ethiopian woman. But who are they? They're speaking against a man, a godly man, the meekest man that ever walked the face of the earth.
Appointed by God.
A man that envisioned and saw God's back parts. They're speaking against him because he married an Ethiopian woman. Right? So go ahead, read.
Verse 2.
Verse 2.
And they said, hath the Lord indeed spoken only by Moses? Hath he not spoken also by us?
Now, we got to learn to choose our words wisely. They did not choose their words wisely because you can say things to offend a person that God thinks highly of. They was not on the same level with Moses. God thought very highly of Moses. So when Aaron and Miriam spoke against Moses because of that Ethiopian, God got offended. I said, God got offended. He didn't like that. Because Moses, he said, there'll never be another prophet like Moses. Who saw God face to face. This is why, look, God took him. He said, listen, oh Lord. He said, if I have found grace in your sight, he said, let me see your glory. He said, God took him. He put him in a corner in the cleft of the rock, somewhere in the section, somewhere in that mountain. He said, you can't see my face, because any man that see my face gonna die. You gotta die. He said, but he put him in the cleft of the mountain, covered him, his whole body with his hand, removed his hand and walked by, and he seen God's back parts.
It wasn't metaphorical.
It wasn't no metaphor. Again, you know what people are saying?
God showed me
the future, the present, and the past. Nowhere in the book said the word in the Hebrew it means back or back parts. We got to leave things the way it says. He ain't showing no future, present, and past. He ain't showing none of that. He showed him his back parts. And God said, and what God said, He said, this is the only man that did what? Go ahead, let's read. So we call God a liar now. Go ahead.
Hath he not spoken also by us? The Lord heard it. Verse 3. Now the man Moses was very meek.
Very meek.
Above all the men.
Wait a minute. See, he was meek. We know what meek means. Do we know what it means to be meek? When you look up the Hebrew word for meek, which is ayin nun wav, it means humble. It means humble, man.
Yeah.
We're not humble. And if we continue to live our lives not being humble, you know, this is one of the things that drives God away from you. You push God away from you not being humble. Okay? What does it mean to be humble? What does it mean to be meek? It means to submit yourself to the will of God. Huh? Enduring to submit yourself to the will of God. Enduring with patience and without resentment.
Patience.
That's the
No
type
regrets.
of man Moses was.
No regrets.
He endured everything that the nation put him through, right? And he had patience with the people.
Yeah.
And he never, no matter the people wanted to stone him, he still never resented him. He still went up and prayed to God for him. This is the type of man that God put over the nation. Because even God realized where he got these people from. The Creator realized that I have just gotten these people out of Egypt, serving the Egyptians for 430 years. And when they left out of Egypt, they left Egypt with an Egyptian, they left there with an Egyptian mentality. They still was Egyptians. They still leaned towards the ways and the customs of Egyptians. Not proud or haughty. Not arrogant or assertive.
It's true.
Having a low estimate of one's own importance. You don't have to brag about what you're good at.
Okay.
I'm good in there. Yeah, I know I'm good. I
Right.
ain't gotta push my chest out. I'm gonna stay down.
That's right. Yeah.
That's humble.
Yeah.
That's meekness.
That's right.
Tom, see?
Now the man Moses was very meek above all the men which were upon the face of the earth.
Right.
And the Lord spake suddenly unto Moses.
And the Lord
unto
spoke
Aaron,
suddenly to who?
unto Moses.
Moses.
And unto Aaron.
Unto Aaron.
And unto Miriam.
And unto Miriam.
Come out, ye three, unto the tabernacle.
Moses don't know nothing. Moses don't know what's going on. Go ahead.
Come out, ye three, unto the tabernacle of the congregation. And they three came out. Verse 5. And the Lord came down in the pillar of the cloud.
The Lord came down in a pillar of the cloud. This is why God is God. This is the look, man. Look, man. When Moses, when God drew his attention from watching that pillar, that burning bush, the bush is on fire and it ain't being consumed. That's a hell of a sight.
Yeah.
So God did that to draw his attention towards the burning bush. So if you don't show your interest in these laws, then, or show that you're curious. And how do you show that you're interested or curious? You're going to read. Because when you start, believe me, you start reading this book every day. It shows ways, it shows that you're seeking God. I want to learn something else so that I can start performing and doing.
There you go.
And because you're showing interest, God's going to open your eyes to it.
That's right.
So Moses went, he said, what name should I tell Pharaoh? He said, I am that I am has sent me. Anoki, Asher Ehiyeh. Ehiyeh, Asher Ehiyeh. I am that I am. I will be that I will be.
I want to be.
I will become whatsoever I decide to become. This is why God's glory can come down in the cloud and he'll be in the cloud. This is why one instant the Creator could take you, move his hand, and you'll see my back parts. Because he's God.
Yeah.
He could come and approach you in any form.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
And the Lord came down in the pillar of the cloud.
The Lord came down in the pillar of the cloud. Cloud mass of theophanic. You know what theophany is? Theophany is a visible manifestation to humankind of God.
This is how you picture.
That's right. Go ahead, read.
And stood in the door of the tabernacle. And called Aaron and Miriam, and they both came forth. Verse 6. And he said, hear now my words. If there be a prophet among you.
Oh, hear now my words. If there be a prophet among you, read.
I, the Lord, will make myself known unto him in a vision. and will speak unto him in a dream.
This is my regular appearance. This is how I appear to prophets. I go to them in visions and in dreams.
My servant Moses is not so.
I don't deal with Moses like that. I don't appear to Moses in visions and dreams like a regular prophet. He's not a regular prophet. Go ahead.
Who is faithful in all my
He's
house.
faithful in all my house.
Yeah.
The word for faithful is ne'eman. Ne'eman means established, steadfast, trust, true. Faith. What is faithful? Faithful is allegiance to duty or person. That's how you can show your faithfulness to your parents.
Okay.
You show your faithfulness to your parents by your duty and the things that you do for them.
Yeah.
You don't get tired of doing and doing and doing. I'm tired of doing. I always do it, Ema. Ema, I'm always doing it. Can he do it sometimes? Shut up.
Yeah.
Continue to do it and show your faithfulness towards your parents and get your merits.
That's right.
Continue to do what you need to be doing and get your faithfulness. Get your marriage from your parents. This is why, man, we shouldn't be 100, 400 yards, miles away from your parents, man.
Right.
We such in a messed up predicament that
Yeah.
I need everything.
Yeah.
I need to be doing duties for my kids, for my parents. I mean, I don't need to be going nowhere. Because I gotta save myself.
Say it again, brother.
I said I gotta save myself.
Say it again, brother.
Go ahead. Now hold up. Belief and trust in and loyalty to God. Firm belief in God with no proof. That's called faithfulness. With no proof, that's called blind allegiance. Which means I can read this book and I don't have to be explained or show any proof about what I read. I believe it.
Yeah.
I don't doubt it.
I don't doubt it. To establish means what? To receive permanent acceptance, recognition from God. That's what Moses gained from God. Permanent acceptance and recognition from God. Trusting means having served for a long time and regarded as reliable. Served for a long time and regarded as reliable. So, in order for you to be established, I have to be doing these laws for a certain amount of time in order to be established. You can't just start doing something and think you'll just get results out the clear blue. Just think that you're worthy. No, you have to put time in.
Okay.
Put time in without going back, fulfilling these laws, commandments, and statutes in order to gain your grounds. So yeah, you have newcomers and new people that just learned about God and want to teach somebody that want to teach somebody that has 30 years in these laws.
Yeah.
You want to teach somebody that never missed the Sabbath. How is you going to have the same understanding as a person that got 30 years? That don't even sound right. That don't even go in a trade.
You can't go to school.
A doctor that got 30 years in the hospital doing surgery, and you just coming in and gonna tell the doctor that got 30 years of doing surgery, he's wrong.
He don't know what he's talking about.
Ain't that something?
Crazy.
Say, ain't that something?
They're bugged out.
And then they want to get the book and show you. But I'm telling you, it's not that way.
And the same nigga is bald headed and eating chicken for lunch. I want to tell him what to do.
Where we at?
Verse 8.
Let's read.
With him will I speak mouth to mouth.
Oh, mouth to mouth. He said, with
Straight
this
up.
guy here, I speak
Straight
mouth
up.
to mouth. I speak straight up to him. I don't come to him in visions and dreams. Go ahead.
Even apparently, and not in dark speeches.
Go ahead.
And the similitude of the Lord shall he behold.
Okay. He said, the similitude of God does he behold. So please explain that. Explain that. So why people continue to say that Moses really didn't see his image or his bed part? God showed him the future, the past, and the present. But in this verse right here, verse 8, he said that Moses beheld the similitude of the Most High. You know what similitude is in the Hebrew? It says temuna. Do we know what temuna means? It means picture, image, or likeness.
Right.
Which means Moses really saw the back part of God.
That's right.
The only thing he wasn't able to see was his face.
Right.
But he's seen God's back.
Look at Shem.
He's seen that.
You see his back, man.
Yes.
He's seen the form.
Tom C.
Wherefore then were ye not afraid to speak against my
Said,
servant
man, you should have
Moses?
been afraid to speak about my man. Because this guy here, I deal with him different. I don't deal with him the way I deal with you.
Right.
I deal with y'all different. This guy here saw my back parts. He said, you should have been afraid to talk against my servant Moses. And the glory of God departed. That cloud departed. Tom C.
And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle. And behold, Miriam became leprous.
So when God left, Miriam became leprous right away.
And Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous.
She was leprous.
And Aaron said unto Moses, Alas, my Lord,
Look what Aaron said. Alas, my Lord, I beseech thee.
Lay not the sin
upon us.
Wherein we have done foolishly.
Wherein we have done foolishly.
And wherein we have sinned.
And wherein we have sinned. Acknowledge. We have a problem acknowledging our fault. You know why? Because we are very unyielding. We're unyielding. We won't yield to that which is lawful and right by God. That guilty conscience is not there when you perform or done something that was wrong. Guilty conscience ain't there.
Right.
You have a lot of work to do on yourself, people. When you do something wrong, that guilty conscience is supposed to settle. Sometimes it takes rebuke. Sometimes it takes rebuke, and when you are rebuked, it takes you to recognize and acknowledge the rebuke and see your fault. Accept the rebuke, because rebuke is what's going to make you better with God. You don't see when King David didn't look that, he didn't even think about what he did after he did it. And then when he did it, he sent Nathan the prophet. Nathan the prophet came to him and put everything in a parable. He put it in a beautiful parable to where he can recognize his fault and what he did. He said the rich man got many sheep, many cattle. The poor man only got one. He did not take from his cattle, but he took the poor man's sheep. King David said, that man shall die because he didn't have what? He didn't have no pity. Yo, you hear this, man? We need to be more pitiful. We need to have more pity for each other. More feelings for each other. Because if I don't have pity for you, then I would do things to hurt you. I would do things that nothing's gonna stop me now. I can't do that to you, man, because I don't know how you're gonna feel. I know the damage that's gonna come when I do this to you. I'm not gonna do that. After he said that, Nathan said, "Thou art the man."
Got
him. He said, "You did that." But you know what the moral of the story is? Nathan told King David, he said, "Don't worry, King David." He said, "Thou shalt not die."
Right.
What did he mean by thou shalt not die? King David's dead. But what do you mean thou shalt not die? Don't worry. Huh? What do you mean by that? King David's dead. He ain't talking about that death.
Talking about that death. Physical death. He ain't talking about that.
Tom Street.
Let her not be as one dead of whom the flesh is half consumed. When he cometh out of his mother's womb. And Moses cried unto the Lord, saying, heal her now.
Heal her now, O God.
I beseech thee.
I beseech thee. We can't say that to God.
Okay.
I ain't got the props in this. I'm not in the correct standards to say that to God.
He said, heal her
Come
now.
place in the east talking about, oh Lord God, heal him now. Who you think you talking to?
Yeah. Yeah.
Moses could do that,
That's
not
all-
you.
only Moses could do that.
I said, Moses could do that. I'm not doing that. I'm going to continue begging and pleading.
Yeah.
I'm staying in my place.
Yeah.
I'm staying in my place. Let's go.
Verse 14.
Uh-huh.
And the Lord said unto Moses, if her father had but spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days?
Uh-huh.
Let her be
If
shut
her
out.
father had yet spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days? He used the most atrocious thing
Hmm.
to ever be done
Huh. To a person.
to a person
That's right.
is to spit in your face.
So that is-
It's true.
I'd rather use
and you
smack me
smack
than spit in my
Spit in
face.
me.
I'd rather you punch me than
Fight
spit
me.
in my
Well,
face.
that's it.
Right.
Don't spit.
If you spit in my face, you're gonna die. I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna go all out. I'm gonna try to take your head off. That's the most atrocious thing that can ever be done to a
Yeah.
person.
Yeah.
So he said, if the father had but spit on her face, he said, let her be ashamed 7 days. You know what that is? For your mother or your father to be angry. And they walk, and they don't even spit at. They don't even spit on you. They come and spit right in front of you and just keep walking.
That's a message
That
to
means-
God.
Oh,
nigga.
goodness.
That's a message to God, nigga.
Oh, goodness.
It's a message to
Oh,
God.
my goodness.
Yeah.
That's right. Let's read.
The Lord said unto Moses, if her father had but spit on her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days?
Uh-huh.
Let her be shut out from the camp 7
Uh-huh.
days, and after that, let her be received in again.
Uh-huh.
Verse 15, and Miriam was shut out from the camp 7 days.
Uh-huh.
And the people journeyed not till Miriam was brought in again. And afterward, the people...
Miriam was shut out of the camp 7 days because she was leprous. Okay? Leprosy is a skin disease. Why she couldn't come amongst the camp? Because not only contagious, she was unclean. And she's gonna desecrate, defile, that's the word. She's gonna defile the camp, defile everything that's in the camp. But we have leprosy, men with leprosy, women with leprosy that comes within the camp. And we call this, we say everything in here is holy. No, everything in here ain't holy. No, this ain't, this is just a place of gathering.
That's it.
There's only one temple. The only temple was the temple that Solomon built. These places that you go to congregate at are places that we gather to hold convocation towards on God's day. That's it.
Some of them was basement.
That's it. Wherever you go, let's go to Psalms 15. Let's go to Psalms chapter 15.
It's a basement, brother.
Whatever, when you get it, read it. Start.
Psalm chapter 15.
Psalms chapter 15.
Lord, who shall abide in thy tabernacle? Who shall
dwell
dwell in thy holy hill?
Who shall dwell in thy tabernacle? Who's going to remain in your tabernacle? Who's going to dwell or remain in your holy hill, holy mountain? You know what that mountain is? That's Mount Zion. That's Mount Zion. Go ahead.
He that walketh uprightly.
He that walketh uprightly. Okay? Holek Tamim. Upright in life. Upright in life towards God. Perfect. Whole. The only way to be upright in life towards God is to follow his standards, his laws, his commandments, his ways. Because you have to be good according to what God said is good.
That's right.
You have to be good according to the standards of God, not according to what you think is good. Well, I'm not evil. All I do is go to work. All I do is do this and do the other, but you would disregard the laws of God. So you're not good. You disregard the laws of God. So God said when you do that, when you abandon his laws, when you forsake his laws, you're evil.
That's right.
That's what God said.
Amen.
Plain and simple. You abandon his laws, you're wicked.
Okay.
No, God don't understand. You understand. Don't put that on God. God never said, and I never read where God understands.
No.
And he gives you a leeway
Get out of here, oh thou
to
wicked.
violate his laws.
Yeah.
Let's read it.
He that walketh uprightly
Walk it, work it, go ahead.
and worketh righteousness.
And work it righteousness. Poel Zedek. Poel means deeds, a thing done, your actions, rightness, straightness, rectitude is Zedek, right? What is rightness? Altruism. Altruism is the belief in or practice of disinterest and selfless concern for the well-being of others. That's Moses. Was it Moses like that? He worried about the people. He considered the people before considering himself. Those are the characteristics of leaders and heads. So when you come up here teaching the word of God, you got to watch your words sometimes.
That's right.
Sometimes you got to watch your words.
That's right.
Because I may not offend you, but I may have offended that person
Yeah.
by what I said.
Yeah.
So a teacher has to really be careful with the words that he say out of his mouth so that his parishioners don't take it the wrong way.
That's a teacher.
That's a teacher. So his teacher, the parishioners don't take it the wrong way because a teacher, we don't come, I'm not going to say we, but I don't come up here to offend people. I don't want to offend you.
No.
I don't want to get personal with you.
Right.
I don't want you to feel like I was throwing a star. I'm here to show you and teach you the laws of God. That's it. Okay? That's it. I'm going to teach the law. I'm going to show you where you're going wrong at. I'm going to show you the things that you do that God hates. I'm going to show you the things that you do that God loves. And that's it.
That's it.
Now it's up to you
That's right.
to take heed to it or not. Because God gave you a choice. Whether you hear or forbear. I said, God gave you a choice. It's your choice.
That's right.
Just like he gave Adam and Eve a choice.
Yeah.
I said he gave Adam and Eve a choice.
Right.
He gave them a command of every tree that's in the midst of the garden. He said, that tree that's in the midst of the garden, don't eat it.
That's right.
Don't eat it. Don't touch it. The day that you eat from it, you're going to die.
Yeah.
And he left them alone.
That's right. No restraint.
No restraints. Let me see if you're going to allow this serpent to beguile you.
Yeah.
God did not worry about it. You can't blame the serpent. What did I tell you? Yeah, I'm going to curse the serpent,
You're going to get it.
but you're going to get yours too, woman. And you're going to get yours because you're hearkening to the voice of your wife. No explanation, no excuse. You know the command. I did it because. God don't want to hear that.
That's right.
I said, God don't want to hear because of why you did it.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, nothing but lies.
Right.
Let's go ahead. Where we at?
2.
Go ahead, Thomas.
He that walketh uprightly and worketh righteousness and speaketh the truth in his heart.
Wait. That was. Read that over.
He that walketh
He
uprightly
that walketh uprightly
and worketh righteousness
and worketh righteousness.
and speaketh the truth in his heart.
Speak the truth in his heart. Say how you really feel.
Yeah.
Don't give me the claw and greet me, but the greet is not according to how you feel.
Shalom is peace.
Okay? Go ahead, read.
He that backbiteth not with his tongue.
He that backbiteth not with his tongue. That's called, the word for backbite in the Hebrew is slander. Ragal means to slander. What does slander means? Slander is a false oral statement that damages a person's reputation. I said a false oral statement that damages that person's reputation. Which means you voice something that you don't have no proof about what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Nor do evil to his neighbor. Nor take it up a reproach against his neighbor.
Nor take it up a reproach against his neighbor. Right? To take up, to utter a reproach. The word for reproach is kirpa, means a shameful thing. To utter a shameful thing against his kinsmen. Quero means kinsman. Okay? So what does that mean? When you utter a shameful thing against your kinsman. When you reveal shameful things about what happened with direct family. That's family. So what goes down within the house is supposed to stay in the house. You don't spread it amongst people and heathens. You don't spread that. Certain things ought to be kept here within the ranks. Certain things ought to be kept within and not spoken about. There's no faithfulness in that person if you can't be faithful to what is in front of you. How can you be faithful with God? How? How can you be faithful with God if you can't be faithful with each other? Tom Street.
In whose eyes a vile person is contemned.
In whose eyes? In whose eyes a vile person is contemned. Okay, so now these are ways that we should not be. Okay, who is the vile person? A vile person in the Hebrew is ma'as. Ma'as means rejected, contemned, refused, right? Rejected means refused. When you're rejected, you refuse to accept or consider. When God rejects you, you're not going to agree with what you read. When God rejects you, you're not going to agree with nothing in here. When God rejects you, you're going to violate the laws and the commandments of God. When God rejects you, you're going to add on and take away because you're being rejected of God. He's not going to lead you in that correct path.
You're going to be a bald-head chief and a prince. That's when God rejected you.
Okay? Go ahead. Now, hold on. When God rejects you, you're not going to show no affection. You're not going to show no affection or concern for the word of God. No belief in God when you are rejected. Now you begin to come up short in your actions. To contend. To contend. The word for contend means despise, baza. To feel contempt or deep repugnance for. Okay? To feel contempt, in whose eyes a vile person is contempt. Right? What is contempt? Contempt is when you disregard something that should be taken in consideration. You can't disregard the laws of God to benefit you. Okay? Deep repugnance means what? Strong dislike, antagonism, aversion, antipathy, to contradict. Antipathy is a feeling against someone with no proof. You don't have these stirred up feelings within you that you don't have no proof or to justify how you feel. Aversion is a feeling of repugnance towards something with a desire to avoid or turn from it. Disinclination, lack of enthusiasm, meaning no enjoyment or interest in the things that God accepts. You don't show no interest in the things that God accepts. You don't show no enjoyment in the things that God accepts. He said a vile person is content. Now you see what position you are with God. Now you see, and you'll be able to see yourself. Oh, this is how I am. I need to change. And I don't need to be this way. Because when I'm this way, then I'm that vile person that's content. Because I don't show no enjoyment in God's holy day. I don't show no enjoyment in the new moon. I don't show no enjoyment in the Feast of Unleavened Bread and all these appointed times that come up that we should be enjoying. Okay? Antagonism is what? active hostility or opposition. Okay, now, what is active hostility? What is active opposition? Active hostility is a hostile attitude or nature.
Yeah.
A hostile attitude.
Okay.
Why are you that way? You ain't gotta be all that hostile and angry all the time. Why you want to kill this one? You want to do this to this one? That's a hostile attitude.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
But guess what? Those also shows you your ways. They don't say thou shalt not be a hostile person. But when you go into the Hebrew with certain words, that tells you you are that vile person. You are that vile person with the active hostility that I don't need to be. Guess what? Those ways, being that way, it pushed God away. He said, man, why? God look at you and say, man, why you that way? Why are you moving like that? Why are you saying that? It doesn't call for you to say and do that. You know what? Let me get away from you.
Yeah.
Let me get away from you.
Yeah.
But this is the same person that wear garments, frontlet, bracelet, you're fasting and praying, but the fasting and praying is not having no effect on your spirit.
That's right.
I say, I'm doing all this fasting and praying, but it ain't having no effect on your spirit. Because when you fast and pray and put on sackcloth, you're supposed to have a humble in nature, a humble character. But it's not having no effect on your spirit.
That's right.
What is active opposition? Active opposition means to be against and resist the things that God accepts.
Yeah.
Okay? God accept it, you don't accept it.
Okay.
God like it, you don't like it. Tom Sheep.
Yeah.
But he honoreth them that fear the Lord.
But he honoreth them that fear God. Read.
He that sweareth to his own hurt and change it not.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
It said he that sweareth for his own hurt and change it not.
Okay.
The Hebrew word for hurt is ra. Resh ayin. It means evil. He that sweareth for evil and don't change. I done swore to do something evil, but I can't pull myself back. The only one that can stop me is God. And guess what? You got stopped. Real true story. True story. He got stopped. Let's go to 12. After this, go to Psalms 12. Psalms 12. Go ahead, Tom, she read.
He that putteth not out his money to usury.
He that putteth not out his money to usury. Wait a minute. You remember I said that? Remember I said that? God said it's okay.
You can do it.
You could do it. To give to the usury, do interest to the alien, not the stranger. To the alien, I could do usury. But remember I said it before? Abraham did it to nobody. He says, so guess what? I'm not doing it to nobody. And I'm not saying you're wrong for doing it. Because God said it's okay. But me, I don't give you interest and I don't do it usually to nobody. That's what God said. He said, he that does what?
He that putteth not out his money to usury, nor take it.
It wasn't specific. I said it wasn't specific.
It's just general.
You don't do that to nobody. Nor take a reward against the innocent.
He that doth these things shall never be moved.
He that doeth these things shall never be moved. The word for moved is yod mem kolam tet, yemot, right? It means he that doeth things shall not experience. You ain't gonna see no calamity, no yoke, bars.
Yeah.
Psalms 12. Got it?
Psalms chapter 12.
Psalms chapter 12.
Help, Lord, for the godly man sees it.
He said, help. Help me, oh Lord. Because there's nobody godly around here. There's nobody pursuing God. There's nobody pursuing the laws. And guess what? Kimo Aksha, just like today.
Right.
I said, just like today.
That's right.
There's nobody pursuing God today.
Pursuing barbershop.
Nobody's pursuing God today. Everybody is doing things according to their own will.
Yeah.
Everybody's doing things according to their liking. Everybody is doing things that soothes them, that satisfies them. Huh?
Feeding your pride.
They don't do these laws according to the way they read it and how we read it here. They do it. Listen, man. He said, he said, help, Lord. Hoshea. It means to succor. It means to give assistance and support in times of distress. He said, help, Lord, for the godly who?
The godly man sees
The godly man sees it. The word for godly is kasid. Kasid. Come from the kasidim, the pious ones. I said kasidim, the pious ones, the godly ones. The faithful ones.
Yeah.
Where your faithfulness is towards God. Pious means devoutly. A person that shows or emphasizes deep feelings and commitment to God. So don't tell me I'm angry. Don't tell me I'm angry. I come up here and I teach with feelings. I teach with passion. I come up here and I teach with feelings and passion because this is what I feel. And I truly feel it. That's what animates me. The word of God animates me. It animates me so much that you think I'm yelling at you and screaming at you. I ain't yelling and screaming at you. I'm not coming at you like that. I'm just animated. So I was going to this one person saying, why you yelling, man? I'm not yelling. I'm just excited. You're just excited for God.
That's right.
I'm just excited behind these words. I have another brother that teaches the same way. She said, well, one sister said, Carla said, she said, I could tell both of y'all came up from under the same tree. Talking about Prince Zachariah. He said, I could tell both of y'all came from under the same tree. He said, because y'all sound alike. Y'all sound exactly alike. She said, help, Lord, for the godly man sees it, right? Faithful. And when you're faithful, you're loyal and steadfast with God. When you're loyal, you show firm, constant allegiance. Firm, constant allegiance for God. Steadfast means resolute. Resolute means a determined person. Once you're determined, you can't be swayed off. Once you're determined, your mind is made up. You done made your mind up to serve God. Ain't nobody can push you off that track. Dutiful. Dutiful means conscientiously or obediently fulfilling one's duties. Firm and unwavering. Firm determination to serve God. Be firm in your purpose and beliefs. Time sheet.
For the faithful fell from among the children of men. One.
Go ahead. For the faithful fell from among the children of men. We're in Psalms 12, verse 2.
They speak vanity, every one his neighbor.
They speak vanity, everyone who?
With his neighbor.
Dabar shower. It means speak vanity. You know what speaking vanity is? Self-praise. Self-praise. Excessive praise in one's appearance, in one's qualities, in one's ability. So guess what? I don't speak too much about my abilities no more. I'm not speaking about what I'm good at. Because I want to muffle that thing called pride. I want to muffle that thing called vanity. Sounds like narcissism. That's what narcissism is. When you give self-praise. But people call you a narcissist, but don't know what is the true meaning of a narcissist. Because a narcissist can't serve God. I said a narcissist can't serve God. So let's dig into that word, what a narcissist is.
Break it down.
Narcissism is a deepening of intellectual vanity into a kind of self-infatuation.
Break it down.
Deep vanity.
Deep vanity, which includes self-infatuation, right? Self-praises.
In love with yourself too much.
Self-praises, right? excessive interest and admiration of themselves, which cause them to lack the ability to understand or care about the feelings of others. Huh? You too busy on yourself. So because I'm too busy on myself, I'm not able to consider the fact that I done hurt you. I can't consider the fact that I done offended you. Because I'm too on myself. My father used to say, he said, man, he said, I don't care if I'm hot. Huh? He said, I don't care if I'm hot. Right? He said, I got to worry and think about the people. If the people is hot.
That's right.
I don't care if I'm cold.
Yeah.
I got to worry and think about the people and see if they're cold.
Yeah.
Tom sheet, where we at? Verse 2, right? Go ahead.
2. They speak vanity, everyone with his neighbor, with flattering lips, and with a double heart do
They speak vanity, everyone with his neighbor, and do what? With flattering lips.
And a double heart do they speak.
And a double heart do they speak. What is a flattering lip? Flatter, to praise excessively for your own motives and interests. So what is a double heart? A double heart. Beled waled. It means inner man. Inner man. Inner man. Inner man, your inner self. You know what inner man or inner self means? Everything we are is on the inside of us. Your heart, your mind, your thoughts, your emotions, how you feel. Huh? All that is inside of you.
Yeah.
Okay? A double-hearted person speaks good and evil about a person. Oh man, Chief Shama. Shalom, Chief Shama. Come here, man. Shalom. Man, Chief Shama's my man, man. Yo, that's my man, man. We grew up together. Man, when Chief Shama ain't there, he said, man, Chief Shama crazy.
Yeah, but you know.
Man, Chief Shama is crazy. What he said? He said this, and this, and this, and this. You just don't know. I said, you don't know. But the people that we deal with today have a double heart. They take you, they hug you, and behind your back, they chew you up. Behind your back, they will chew you up. Let's read.
The Lord shall cut off all flattering lips.
Wait a minute. Wait. The Lord, wait, let's read that again. The Lord shall cut off all flattering lips. So, if God is going to cut you off, then shouldn't we not have, isn't this something that we should stop doing?
Right.
Huh? Isn't it something that we should stop doing?
Yeah.
The flattering lips, and the tongue that speak proud things. Huh? What do you mean by proud things? Gadola, haughty, insolent, haughty, speaking in a cocky or superior way. Nobody in the book spoke that way. Show me a person that spoke in a cocky or superior way about themselves. If they spoke cocky, it was about God.
He said, boast on that.
I said, if they spoke cocky, it was about God. Yeah. Showing arrogance and conceit. What does cocky mean? Arrogant in an impudent way. What does impudent mean? Disregard for others.
Yeah.
When you disregard others.
Yeah.
Which means it ain't all about you.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to think about that person instead of thinking about yourself.
That's right.
Sometimes you got to put yourself in an uncomfortable state to make come on, man.
That's right. Teach, son.
We had a visitor come. I said we had a visitor come. And the visitor had nowhere to sleep. You know what my father said? He said, hey, you ain't got nowhere to sleep. All the beds in here is taken up. He said, listen, man, go sleep in my bed. Yeah. So the visitor said, where you gonna sleep? He said, don't worry about where I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna make sure you're comfortable. He said, go sleep on my bed. And my father went on the floor. If you ain't doing things like that, you got a long way to go.
That's right.
You got a long way to go. Those are godly ways.
That's
Those are
right.
godly ways.
That's right.
Well, let's go. Where we at? What verse we at?
3.
Let's
The
read
Lord
it.
shall cut off all flattering lips, and the tongue that speaketh proud things.
Wait a minute. So stop bigging up yourself. I said, stop speaking in a cocky or superior way, bigging up yourself, because God's going to cut you off.
That's right.
Not only if you're bald and you eat chicken in bald face, but you continue to speak cocky,
Yeah.
push out your chest and speak cockiness,
Yeah.
God gonna cut you off too.
Oh, man.
We gotta read this book and learn and understand everything that we do that God was specific with, that He said He will cut you off
Okay.
for.
Specific laws.
Specific laws.
Specific laws that you will get cut
That you
from.
would get cut off for.
Yeah.
Speaking cocky in a bold way, you get cut off like that.
Okay.
Eating blood and fat, you get cut off like that.
Yeah.
Shaving your face and balding your hair, you get cut off like that. When you
Specific
profane specific laws, when you profane the God's holy day, you get cut off like that.
Specific laws.
When you go, when you dishonor your parents, you get cut off that way. Tom Sheep.
Who have said with our tongue will we prevail?
Uh-huh.
Our lips are our own.
Oh, I live
Who
so
is
our own.
Lord
But
over
this is my mouth.
I can say what I want.
I say what I want to say.
I can say nothing wrong.
I ain't saying nothing wrong. I can continue to say it. And guess what? I'm going to say it again.
Reason why.
And you want to justify why you said it. What's wrong with us? Go ahead.
For the oppression of the poor.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. For the oppression of the poor. It speaks about the oppression of the poor. When you look up the definition of oppression, it's shin dalit. It means violence, wrong done, unjust exercise of authority, oppression, and the sighing of who?
And the sighing of the needy.
The sighing of the needy. The needy is crying out. Go ahead.
Now will I arise, saith the Lord.
Oh, God woke up. God coming out of his place now. Because you're messing with the fatherless, the poor, people that need. You don't want that. Go ahead.
I will set him in safety from him that puffeth at him.
Uh-huh.
The words of the Lord are pure words.
The words of God are pure words.
And silver tried.
I said the word of God is pure. The laws of God is pure.
Okay.
There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong or no fault. There's no holes in these laws. Okay, go ahead.
And silver tried in the furnace of earth, purified 7 times.
Mm-hmm.
Thou shalt keep them, O Lord. Thou shalt preserve them from this generation forever.
Thou shalt keep them, O Lord. Thou shalt preserve them from such generation forever. Huh? There is a generation that God keeps his eye on.
Okay.
And if you show your righteousness and your godliness before God, he will protect you from that evil generation. From those people, from those vile people that disregard the Creator's laws.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Verse 8. The wicked walk on every side when the vilest men are exalted.
Uh-oh.
That's true.
The wicked walk on every side when the vilest men are exalted.
That's true.
What does vile mean? Being unpleasant, immoral, unacceptable, offensive in words and actions. What is unpleasant? Causing discomfort, which means you do things that cause that person to feel a certain way.
Yeah.
Unhappiness or revulsion. What is discomfort? To make someone feel uneasy, anxious, embarrassed. What is uneasy? Causing feelings of anxiety or uncomfortable. What is revulsion? A sense of disgust and loathing, feelings of repugnance and dislike and distaste. So now we're going to go into Ecclesiasticus for a couple minutes. Ecclesiasticus chapter 'Where is that chapter at? I had it marked out. There it is. I hope it's yes. Ecclesiasticus chapter 14. Got it? Yeah. Ecclesiasticus chapter 14. Time sheet.
Blessed is the man that hath not slipped with his mouth.
Uh-oh. He said, blessed is the man that haven't slipped with his mouth. Slipped up and said the wrong thing. You done slipped up and said the wrong thing, because when you slip up and say the wrong thing, you can't take it back. You can't take those words back. It already did the damage. It's out there.
You said how you feel already, John.
You said how you felt already.
Right.
John. You said how you felt already. It's out there.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And it's not pricked with the multitude of iniquities.
And it's not pricked with the multitude of sins. You know what pricked is? Prick means of nagging or sharp feelings of remorse, of regret or sorrow. So when we violate the laws of God, are we remorseful?
No.
Sorry.
When we violate the laws of God, are we sorry?
No.
When we violate the laws of God, do you regret what you did against God?
No.
No.
Going to damn barbershop. Willingly.
Go ahead. Time shit.
2. Blessed is he whose conscience has not condemned them.
Wait, your conscience? We know what a conscience is? I said, do we know what a conscience is? Your conscience, a person that is guilty of his wrong, is his conscience. Your conscience is what causes you to make amends before God. Your conscience is what causes you to correct certain things that I've done to you. Okay? Time sheet.
And who is not fallen from his hope in Israel. Riches will not come before niggers. And what should this man do with money?
Wait a minute. Read that over. Read that over. Read that over.
And who is not fallen?
And who is not fallen from his hope in God? Huh? You don't want to fall from grace from God. You don't want to fall from hope from God, right? And riches are not comely for a nigger.
Nigga. That Negro.
Know what comely is? Comely means pleasing, right? Comely means pleasing. Huh? Go ahead.
And what should an envious man do with money?
Uh-huh.
He that gathereth by defrauding his own soul, gathereth for others.
He that gathereth by defrauding his own soul, gathereth for others. I'm not going to enjoy it.
Nah.
Why? Because I done defraud. The way I got it wasn't right. The way I collected this, the way I got this, the beginning of how everything started wasn't correct. So the end ain't going to be correct. Nothing that begins wrong going to end out right. Everything that begins and starts out wrong is going to end out wrong. It's going to end out right because the situation, this whole thing got put together wrong from the beginning.
Remember how you got the woman.
That's right. Tom C.
That shall spend his goods riotously.
Uh-huh.
He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good?
He that is evil to himself.
Yeah.
Why do you expect love from that person?
Right.
When that person is evil to his own self?
Okay.
He's evil to himself, so you should already know what to expect from him. Mm-hmm. But one thing we got to realize, I have to treat your son better than I treat mine. Or I do it to my son. Well, what you do to your son, you can't do to that man's son, because that's not your son. That's not your kid. Well, I do it to my son, so I just do it to him. No, that's not the way. That's not godliness. That's your child. That's not my child. So So I have to treat this child different than the way I treat my own kid.
That's right.
We don't get that. We don't really understand that. Sometimes we get with women that had children. Right? I may get with this woman that have a son or a daughter. And I have to treat that son or that daughter, go out of my way to treat that son or that daughter like a father. Because I have to realize that I'm not her biological father.
Right.
I'm not his biological father. So the things that I would do to my kid, I will neglect my kid because my kid knows I love him. My son and my daughter knows I love him. So I got to turn this attention over to this child to show the love for this child because his father is not around.
More so.
More so.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
He shall not take pleasure in his goods.
Where we at?
6.
6. Tom sheet.
There is none worse than he that envieth himself.
He said, he that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good to? He said, he shall not take pleasure in his goods. There is none worse than he that envieth himself. And this is a recompense of his wickedness. You see how God repay you and give you according to how you is? God give you exactly what you put out. He gives it to you. He gives it to you. He said, this is the recompense for your own wickedness.
Okay.
For the evil that is in you, this is the repayment for the
Right.
evil that you have in you. Tom she.
And if he do it good, he doeth it unwillingly.
And when a person do good, make sure he's doing it willingly. Make sure he's doing it from the bottom of his heart, because most people do good, but they don't really do good willingly.
That's right.
They do it unwillingly. They don't really mean the things that they say.
I do.
They don't really mean the
Yeah.
things that they're doing. They're just doing it to look good in front of you. They're just doing it to portray a certain image. But deep down inside, that good is not in them.
Right.
That's not in them. Tom she.
That's
At
right.
the last he will declare his wickedness.
At the last, he will declare his wickedness. Towards the end, you will really see where it came from.
Okay then.
Now you will see where it came from. Tom she.
The envious man hath a wicked eye.
I said the envious man had a wicked eye. I read where it says that Saul had an evil eye. He said in the Hebrew, it says Saul had an evil eye towards David in the Hebrew. And I realized that a person with an evil eye does things and do things to you with no reason why they're doing it. I don't have to do evil to you for you to do evil to me. A person with an evil eye would do you evil, and it does, and you didn't do nothing for you. Don't your hands, it doesn't call for it. And that's what Saul did to King David. He chased him all over the place to kill him. But all King David did was run from him. He ran from him. King David did not warrant what Saul was doing to King David, to David. And that's called the evil eye. When you do things to people and it doesn't warrant it. It doesn't warrant it.
There isn't a cause.
Right. Tom Sheik.
He turneth away his face and despiseth men.
He turned away his face and despised men. You hate everybody. Oh, I hate you. I hate them. Nowhere in the books you read where Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, Jeremiah, Isaiah, I hate you. I hate all of them. What's wrong with you? Why you hate so much? He said he turned his face away and he hate men.
That's in here. That hate through this here.
Why you like that?
Yeah.
Why? Instead of hating them, feel sorry that they're walking in that path that God don't accept, because you know where they leading to. You know.
True.
And even though we read in that book where it says, I hate them that hate thee, you still did not read about the men talking about, I hate you. Jeremiah never hated the people. Ezekiel, Isaiah was cut in half. But he still spoke in behalf of the people.
That's right. Yeah.
Ezra cried out for the people. The angel came to Ezra and told him, he said, hey. He said, why are you crying out for the wicked? Stop worrying about them. But that was human nature. That was a godly man. He godly trait. Godly traits. He cried out and then they don't worry about the wicked. The angel said, man, don't worry about them, man. I said, don't worry about them. Worry about the righteous. Stop worrying about them.
That's right.
Go ahead.
A covetous man.
A covetous man's eye is not satisfied.
His portion.
A covetous man's eye will never be satisfied. Why? Because you always desiring and wanting things that don't belong to you.
There you go.
You always want. It ain't yours, but you want it. And with that, I hope I already got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom. And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher and dean, Chief Mika, Ben Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to prince men, chief men, brothers and sisters, visitors, mothers in Israel. I bid you out of tongue of all forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
At this time, I may ask, please rise and repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which I have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in the heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Shabbat day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
The 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work,
thou shalt not do any work.
thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
thy manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy
nor
maidservant,
thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in the
the
midst,
sea and all that in the midst,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested on the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land
that thy days may be long upon the land
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Shebu. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Okay, we're going to move to Genesis chapter 15.
Genesis chapter 15. After these things,
Hold on. Let everybody get it. I hear pages telling. Everybody get it. Yeah. We're going to read about Abraham. He's the reason for this whole Israelite thing. He's the reason for anybody being using the word Israelite. He is the one who Israelites were born from. He was the first Hebrew. Hebrew means one that has changed over to serving the Most High God. Once you lived a certain life, right, and you stop living that life, you could be of any nationality. You could be born anywhere. You could be of any race. And you stop serving the God that you were serving all your life, and you start serving the Most High God, that makes you a Hebrew. That's what made Abraham a Hebrew. Hebrew means one that has changed over to serve God. All right? So we're going to read about Abraham because it's certain we were told to read about him and use him as an example to be. But we don't follow Abraham.
Sure done.
We were told for the woman to look at Mother Sarah and follow after her. But the woman don't look to her either. We pick and choose what Abraham and Sarah did, and the rest we'll clap and say, okay, but we won't follow that. We won't accept that. And what they accepted, we won't take to accept in our lives.
Yeah.
So we need to go over these two people's lives again.
Yeah.
And get back to basics. Okay? Because the basics, I said it earlier, people are rewriting history. Okay? They're rewriting hip hop, the things that happen in hip hop. Day of today, people are saying different things that happened back then. It's going on all over the world where they're rewriting everything that happened 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Every generation does this. Now, Israelites are rewriting this history. First, it started with the law. Don't say that in the law. Don't read that. Don't. Now they're going to the history and they're changing things. Don't let that happen to you. Don't be. We need to change. The only thing we need to change is to stop being wicked before God.
That's right.
Okay? That's the change. The laws don't change. Okay? They are commandments. They are to be followed. They are not to be made for me to have an opinion on.
That's right.
We have too many opinions on these commandments, man.
Facts.
Too many opinions.
Facts.
And your opinions
Don't count.
from your wicked,
Don't count.
profound self.
Don't count. Right.
That is the wicked
Don't
part
count.
of you that does not want to accept
Facts.
what God is saying.
Facts. Right. Facts.
That's why we have
Facts.
so much
Your
disassembling,
opinions don't
so
count.
much debate, so much
Facts.
this, so much that, because people are not accepting what they read. So let's go back. Genesis chapter 15.
After these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, fear not, Abram.
After these things, which was the 12-year reign of Kedorlaomer. The chapter before this talks about these kings of Shinar, okay? And how they ran the world at this time, okay? He at this time, okay, in Genesis chapter 15, the heathen run the world, just like now. They run it. They tell you what's good and bad. They tell you who's God and who's not God, how, what's, they tell you everything. That's what's going on in this world. All right? I want y'all to really get this in your head as if you're reading a novel. I'm placing it for you. Everybody in the world does not serve God. Okay? There is no people called Israelites running around.
Right.
Okay? Nothing is happening.
Right.
All right? Time sheet.
Again, these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abraham in a vision, saying,
One day, a man named Abram got visited by God. God came to him in a vision. This vision, when God comes to you in a vision, or he came to someone in a vision, only that person can see the vision. It's only for that person.
Right.
Okay? You could be sitting down amongst everybody, right? God show you a vision. I'm not going to see it. He's not going to see it. He might not going to see it. Nobody going to see it but you, because he's coming to you. You understand what I'm saying? So visions, everybody didn't get. All right? And there was a certain time in Israel where nobody was getting visions no more.
Yeah.
Nobody could inquire, nothing. You know what that means? God was mad. I don't talk to him no more.
Yeah.
I'm mad at him.
Yeah.
Look, I don't hate him. We're not going to fight. But right now, I'm angry with him. I'm angry with her. And that's how God was doing with them. He wasn't ready to do away with them yet. It wasn't time for Assyria to come in yet because their iniquities didn't call for it. But their iniquities call for right now for me to be mad at you.
That's right.
And push away from you and see if you're going to recognize by the things I put on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I allow these people to come in your home and tell you what you can and can't have.
Do.
When they go to your wine press and take wine, step on your grapes with their feet and take your wine.
Okay.
That's what was going on.
That's right.
Okay? But they didn't listen, so God said, okay, they gotta go. He didn't let everybody go, the majority left. The little bit that stayed, they saw what happened to the majority and did worse. I see you violate, and I saw what God did to you, and I went and did the same thing.
Yeah.
So guess what? God said, okay, you little majority, you go too. But you're going to go for 70 years. I'm going to bring you back. When they came back, everybody did not come back. Historically, everybody did not come back. The Israelites that were sent out, okay, for 70-year captivity in Babylonia, 100% did not come back. Okay? We read about who came back in Nehemiah in the book of Ezra. It tells you who came back. Everybody else stayed for business purposes. Everybody else stayed because they liked the life they was living.
Yeah.
They was okay. They had money. Okay? I'm good. I got this, I got that. I'm not going back to Jerusalem. But I still, most high go. Most high is right here.
Yeah.
This is what Israelites do now. They say, most high know my heart. Yeah. You know your heart. That's why you're not serving them no more.
Exactly.
But you don't see it because you're not supposed to, because you are determined to be destroyed.
Yeah.
You're not going to see these things.
That's the whole Israel today.
And you're going to go that way because the verdict is went out as a whole. You guys are no good.
That's
Just
right.
only individuals.
That's the whole today.
As a whole, Israelites are no good.
Yeah.
We only have individuals now that's struggling and striving to do what God say. And then the leaders are telling the people that they can do things that God forbid them to do.
Yeah. Right.
That's what they do.
And I'm really,
That's what they do.
that part right there gets me very upset.
That's what they doing. That's exactly what they doing.
That's that right there, man. It said Manasseh, not only did he sin, but he caused Israel to follow him. God said, yo, you got them, not only you did this, but that's one thing now. I deal with you. You made the whole, you got people following you, man. You got people arguing your point. That's not in the book. But history repeats itself.
That's right.
I say history repeats itself.
That's right. All the
It
time.
happened in the book,
All the time.
and the way they did it in the book was worse than that.
Worse. Yeah.
get killed. You say, thus saith the Lord at certain times in this book.
Yeah.
You come up to him like, yo, thus saith the Lord.
The guy said, "Oh, tell me."
He said, don't tell nobody else.
You
He
better
said,
not.
tell me what God say. I will listen. He had to say that.
And he still ain't.
You know
listen.
why? Look. And he still ain't listening.
Uh-huh.
All he had to do was do one law.
That's it.
He didn't look. God said, look, man. Release your brethren that you got as slaves.
Uh-huh.
A bondman is a slave.
Uh-huh.
He didn't say, get the idols out your house. He didn't say that. He said, you know what? I'm going to show how good y'all are and how bad y'all are. One law. One law. Okay? Let's see if you got love for your brethren. Because we're not supposed to have, in this book here, in this history, we was not supposed to have each other as bondmen, as slaves.
Right.
Certain things was
Right.
only allowed and accepted to the foreigner, not the stranger.
The alien.
The alien.
The alien.
The stranger is the one that sojourns with you.
That's right.
He can live with you because he served God.
That's right.
Dropped his stuff.
That's
And
right.
the stranger has become an Hebrew.
That's right.
Remember I told you what the Hebrew is.
Yeah.
See, I got to go through these things so we can understand Abraham's standings
Uh-huh.
and why God came to him out of the whole world. Nobody's serving God.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's doing their own thing by now. Everybody has their own fixation of who God is. Some men say, I'm God.
Uh-huh.
Somebody said the woman is God.
Uh-huh.
He said that child is God.
Uh-huh.
He said that piece of wood. Everybody, the sun, the moon, the stars, everything except who the Most High is.
Mm-hmm.
God appeared unto Abram in the vision. It didn't say what kind of vision. It didn't describe the vision.
That's right.
All visions ain't going to be described in here.
Uh-huh.
But he came in a vision where wherever Abraham was at, he was the only one that could see it. He was the only one that could hear those words.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's when you know you've been picked. You've been chosen. You're the only one that's going to get this situation and this message. Sometimes the message is only for you.
For you. That's right.
Everybody, oh, Call Israel's not going to hearken. Now, sometimes God tell them, this message I'm telling you,
That's right.
you go tell them,
That's right.
whether they hear or forbear.
That's right.
God, you know the difference. With certain things, most everything you do is for you.
That's right.
According to God, not everybody's going to see it that way. Not everybody's going to have the same heart that you have for the Most High.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You have to, so certain things I'm not surprised of, but certain things is despicable to hear.
Yeah.
Like what Tisha was saying earlier about Hagar. And where y'all getting this from? What kind of new books are being made? You were told 1611, King James Version is the closest to the Tanakh in the Hebrew, period, in all of man's history.
Yeah.
Oh, but it was tainted. You're tainted.
Okay.
They say thou shalt not steal. Is that tainted?
No. And nothing tainted
They
about
say
that.
honor your father and your mother. Is that tainted?
And nothing tainted about
Did
that.
something switched up on that?
And nothing tainted about
They
that.
say keep the Shabbat holy. Does that tainted? Okay? And when you study these laws and you study the history and every word in the Hebrew, you will get a clear, I say you will get a clear understanding of this book.
That's right.
But you gotta put I'm not gonna translate every word for you. I can't come to your house and read for you.
Uh-huh.
Okay? The work that I put in,
Uh-huh.
I only have enough for myself and what I do today.
Uh-huh.
You're gonna have to boost yourself. Hopefully, I will say something to help boost you. Because that's what this is about. To encourage each other of serving God. So he said, fear not, Abram, I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward.
Mm-hmm.
At that moment, Abraham knew who God was.
Yeah.
At that moment, when God introduced himself, and he said, I fear not Abram, because first of all, he know my name.
Mm-hmm.
He said, my name. This God, he knows who I am. He said, fear not. Fear what? Fear what? We're going to find out why God told him not to fear. And what is it that he's telling him not to fear?
Uh-huh.
He said, I am your shield. I am your protector. Okay? I am your shield. Oh, this reminds me of something. He didn't say he didn't say the 6-point star is your shield. God say he is your shield.
That's right.
God said, whatever shield you got, it's going to be God that shields you. How he shields you? He prevents certain things from happening to you. He stops you from doing certain things. That's how he shields you. He shields you from yourself. Now, we read about shields, physical shields, actual shields in the history. It says Solomon had brazen shields.
Right.
Brazen means bronze.
Right.
It was made of bronze.
Right.
That's the only description we got.
That's it.
They didn't put what we call today logos,
Emblems.
emblems, or symbols. Because all logos and all emblems come from symbols. Symbols, the meaning of symbols is a sign, a writing, okay, or an image, okay, that represents an idol.
Right. That's in Deuteronomy 4. Samel.
Samel.
It's a symbol or emblem.
Symbol, emblem, logo, or standard. Now we read the word standard. It said they all had their tents with their standards on their flags.
Yeah.
When I go into it, the names, it was their names. You would know where oh wow, we in the area of Naphtali, right? In the encampment. Okay? If you are the tribe of Naphtali, all the tribe of Naphtali encamped in this area.
Right.
Then next to them was Issachar. Then next was here. And you would know what part you in.
Yeah.
You know what encampment is? When you look on top of the tents are big, and you see the flags. The flags did not have no stars. It didn't have no symbols.
Right.
It had the names of the tribes in their standards. Let's get this book correct.
Right.
All right?
That's right.
The birch, the stones that's in the breastplate, they are not birthstones. Birthstones come from the worship of birthdays. Birthday come from the worship of sun worship.
There you go.
Those stones, each stone represented a tribe.
Right.
Now let me tell you something. This stone that's on the breastplate represents this tribe, right? The people of that tribe don't go and get that stone and wear the rings and put it on. You know that, right? I'm gonna say it again. The stones that's in the breastplate that the high priest wear, there's different stones in there. Each stone in there stands for a tribe. It represents a tribe, right? The topaz represents a certain tribe. You got the carbuncle.
The 6 on each side, right? Right.
The rose. It said the rose of a breastplate.
Just talked about that. Right.
Okay? Those stones that's in there is a different stone. What we call gems and jewels, they're just fancy stones.
Right.
Some shine brighter than others.
Right.
Each one represented a tribe.
That's right.
If the topaz represented this tribe, the people of that tribe did not go getting topazes and wearing it.
Right.
It didn't go. It went as far as it represented them, and that sticks.
That's right.
When we needed answers.
That's right.
We need to find out something. When we need to, you know what I'm saying? That's as far as it goes. We add on too much. When God commanded Abraham circumcision, introduced the circumcision to Abraham. At that time, Abraham and his household were the only men on the whole planet that was circumcised. Yeah. They were the only ones. Ishmael got circumcised at what age? 13. I like that. I didn't expect for you to answer. I like that. 13 years old. Ishmael, when God commanded the circumcision on Abraham and his sons and everybody, whether they be born in a house or born outside, everybody that lived in that house, every male must be circumcised. Ishmael was 13.
You still answering questions?
Okay. Yeah, he in that mode. He's staying in that mode now. So now You didn't see no occasion because Ishmael was circumcised at 13. But people use that. Muslims use it. Christians use that 13. When a person turns 13, a bar mitzvah. Today they got bat mitzvah. They got everybody in the world got a bar mitzvah and a bat mitzvah. Everybody, every denomination, every nation that don't serve God celebrates a child at 13 years old.
First communion.
First communion. That's the Christianity world. Everybody does it. All the man did was get circumcised at 13. There's no cause for a party. Or God did not say, this is a memorial. God did not say at 13. Nothing happens at 13. Nothing. This is Israel, man. Nothing happens at 13. Okay? The man it just got recorded that this happened to him when he was 13. And this happened to him when he was 8 days old. And this happened to him when he was 99.
Word.
Well, we take things and put value to it where God ain't put no value. And then we make days out of it. And we make celebrations out of it. And you know who the celebration and all that worship go to? The adversary.
Happy birthday, Negro.
Keep up with the birthdays.
Don't call me on my birthday.
Keep up with the birthdays. Keep it up. Time sheet.
After these things, the word of Israel came unto Abram in the vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield, thy exceeding great reward. Now what I'm saying.
Shield. This thing that they call the shield of David. Let me read something to you. It said, many people, if not most, have seen the symbol. That's what the hexagram, the 6-point star is referred to, is in the category of a symbol. I just told y'all what symbols they are. It said many people, if not most, have seen the symbol that represents a hermetic axiom. That's the actual word. Okay? That's where the word hexagram comes from. Hermetic axiom. It is referred to as the Star of David or Solomon's seal. The hexagram of Judaism. Okay? Israelites have adapted the ways of Judaism. Yeah. A lot of customs that Israelites do come from Judaism. The people who do soak their meat, not everybody soak their meat.
Right.
Mostly everybody buy their meat from the store and put it in a pan.
Yeah.
But the people who do soak their meat, they still not getting all the blood out because they go by 18 minutes or 21 minutes. That come from Judaism.
Or they do one day. Take longer than that.
It's all Judaism.
Yeah, all Judaism.
Overnight.
They didn't have to soak their meat because we killed our own food. We didn't have to buy our food from people that was already prepared and cut up. So today you have to, now, how do you know that animal died? Forget the blood. How do you know the animal died? Huh? How do you know? Animals die of their own too, like humans. They get sick and die too. They get infections and die too. As far as I see, God, look. Salmonella and all that stuff didn't exist back then.
That's right.
You could have a boil.
That's right.
You know?
Cancer.
You could check the mouth and you could tell if it's sick.
Scurvy.
When, and they check the teeth.
Yeah.
To see if the teeth and the gums are one color and healthy. If they're bleeding, no good. You can look in their eyes.
Yeah.
That's what they used to do. They look at the animal. Look. That's what they do with slaves. The first thing they do is look in your mouth. See if you got scurvy, you got this, you got leprosy, and all behind your hands, whip up your head. They smack you. But he's healthy. We gonna keep him. And we took our ancestors took all the animals that were weak, malnutrition, messed up, disease, and they worshiped that. They sent that to the priests. And the good stuff, you know what they did with the good animals? They worship Baal with it. Moses warned them. Moses said, you get in that land, you're going to start making idols and stuff. You're not going to be in there too long. You know, they wasn't in the land for a good 1,000 years. From the time they set foot in the land, after the wilderness,
from the jump, that's
to that time,
crazy.
about 700 or 800 years. We did not hold our land for over 1,000 years.
That's crazy.
Now that get me tight. Not really too little. The only thing we could brag about is that you serve God. You know who God is, and you can serve God. Our history is messed up, man. It make me some things in the history when I read it, it bring a tear to my eye. I said, wow. We never got right, you know. We never got right with God after the Old Testament, you know. Yeah. We never got right with him. The ending was bad. And we got spread out. So I ain't gonna come up here and I'm not gonna tell you no dream. I'm gonna tell you the real deal. That way you can see how serious it is for us to get our act together. It's detrimental, man. Right. Our history is nothing proud of, man. Only certain things in our history is good of is the people who upheld God, like David, Isaiah, the prophets. Those are the people in the moments that in our history, yeah. But as a whole, we followed everybody, man. We was everybody's slave. Okay. The lowest dude that you can look at, his people had us.
What it says, Israel,
a homeborn slave. I mean, you born to just be a slave to everybody, huh? You know why? You know why we were slaves to everybody? Because we want to follow everybody. We want to have birthdays like everybody. We want to have days like everybody. We want to dress like everybody.
We wanted a king.
We want a king like everybody. We want a king so we could get judged by his judgments, not by yours.
We had a king, man.
So he could go out and come in like them. That's your problem. Stop looking at the next door neighbor or the Joneses or what you see on TV and that. This is brainwashing you. Counter it by reading every day. There you go. Then you're going to start looking at TV and seeing the violations. You're going to see things and you're going to hear things that you wasn't paying attention to before. And you're going to press pause and say, hey, where did we look that word up? Damn, look, see that? And you learn. But you got to put your book in this first. That's right. When you put your head in this book first, you will be able to read other things, right? But you're grounded here. Yeah. That's right. You're grounded here. So when you know, oh no, that ain't right what I just read. This ain't right. I disregard that. This part is true. This is the only part that's good. Okay, well, that's the only thing in this book that's why it's good to read this. That's right. Yeah. It's good to read this or anything that supports this. That's right. It has to support this. That's right. Yeah. Right? Judaism. He said its origin, the hexagram's origin and meaning are more auspicious than that of an emblem. It means more than just a sign or a symbol or an emblem. Right. It has a significant meaning to it. There's a purpose to it. It said it's used to categorize a group or creed of particular human beings. Whoever wears this thing, whoever deals with this thing, okay? You in a different category, okay, of wickedness. Okay. All right? It says, it's because auspicious was the word that was used. Okay? It said, what is ironic is that this symbol, the funny thing about this symbol is regarded as officially Jewish. That's who took that symbol, right? Because of their dealings with the Kabbalah, which is Jewish witchcraft. Exactly. It said only for about a century it's been in Judaism. Y'all know that, right? Mm-hmm. Only for 1,000 years. All right. It said hundreds of years after the Jews and the lives, hundreds of years after the lives of David or his son Solomon. Okay. The hexagram reached Judaism. This thing got established right after David or Solomon lived. They didn't have nothing to do with this. Okay? It reached Judaism via tantric influences. Tantric come from the culture of Indians. Okay? They got gods that got 6 hands and 2 heads. That's a man, one half of the year, a woman, the other half of the year. Okay? Tantric beliefs. Okay? Influences. Influence is what will have us happen the same as them. We let them influence us. We let their kids influence our kids. Ain't no sleepover. No heathens at their house. What they going? You know they're gonna eat. What they gonna feed your children? Look, y'all watch it with sleepover with Israelites. But this Israelite don't eat like this Israelite. This Israelite eat clean according to God's law. This Israelite anyhow. If you see that guy eat it, he'll eat it. As long as it's the Israelites over here eat it, I eat it.
Yeah.
Simpleton. So don't let your kids, here's the division amongst Israelites. You got Israelites that eat swine, straight up. I'm not talking about in something. They eating the meat, man.
They know they doing it.
They know what they doing.
They know it.
All right? Let's stop playing around. They are eating straight up swine, Stokes.
And they eat no during lunchtime.
But they hide.
It's bug.
They hide behind the grove.
It's bug.
They hide behind the Star of David.
It's bug.
Okay? Stop playing with me.
Chicken.
You ain't gonna be eating all this blood and not eating no pork. All that blood you eating, all that fat you eating, you gearing yourself to eat pork. If you ain't eating it already, it's in the hot dogs, all them hot dogs, all those sausages, kielbasa. What's the other one? Kielbasa and knockwurst, frankfurters, hot dogs, Hebrew National, Purdue, all these things, man. Leave it alone, man. Kosher is not in the book.
Swine. Kosher is swine.
It said God make a difference between. He said God make a difference between the profane and the holy, the clean and the unclean, not the kosher and the clean.
Yeah.
Kosher only means
It's prayed over.
it's been prayed over by a rabbi. The same way halal means it's been prayed over by an imam.
That's all it means.
That's all it means.
That's it.
The imam is the leader in the Muslim society, right?
King.
Okay. The rabbi is the leader in the Jewish society, right?
King.
Okay. Now, whatever they pray over is good for their people to eat. Not so with Israel.
Brother, kosher meals is full with blood.
Okay. Facts.
I seen it. Blood and fat.
No.
I seen
All right,
kosher meals.
give me the kosher meal. Let me see what it is. Oh, wow. Look, it's worse than the regular.
Worse than the regular.
I'm gonna
lying.
hang on. I'm
Worse than the
gonna
regular.
the smell.
Oh,
Woo.
Worse than the
Kosher
regular.
meals.
Kosher meals.
Halal meals. They stink.
It's worse than the regular. I ain't lying.
They stink.
Am I not lying?
There's more than blood and fat in there.
It's these niggas.
And the Israelites eating it because you go in the stores and the ox store, the ox don't sell pork. So what that mean to you? The meat ain't good in there to eat.
I can't eat the kosher plates.
You can't get there's no kosher, there's no such thing as no kosher plate, man.
I couldn't eat it.
You clean. Look, the hospitals. Anytime a member of our family is in the hospital, we bring the food. Do not eat the hospital food. You go to jail, do not eat the jail food. Do not allow your kids to eat the school lunch. Let me tell y'all something. Me personally, I worked in a food manufacturing place, upstate New York in Rome, where all the jails in New York City, all the hospitals in New York City, you ain't supposed to be eating from pantries. All the pantries. All the schools that our youngins go to,
They pray over that food.
all the hospitals,
Pantry, they
pray over that. But look, all that food, inmates make it. People who were sentenced to jail time. Go to work. I know because I did it. I went there for 2 years and I worked in big giant vat, one vat as big as this living room. And they throw meat in there. Blood, they got the blood, they got the fat. They don't take that out. It's your job to do that. They don't take that out. They're not commanded to do that.
No, they gonna lose money.
Look. They're making chicken stew. Look. Buckets of chicken. And they dump it in the hot water. Yo, that thing stink. It stink. It stink. You got to wear a mask. You have to wear in those places making this unclean. You got to wear a mask. There's blood in it. But after a while, you don't smell the stink no more because they throw stuff in there, which is called ingredients. They start throwing seasoning. They throw sugar in there. They throw all types of stuff in there. And after a while, you don't smell. It don't smell stink to you no more. It smells good. You eat it, you join yourself to Baal people. Okay, that's the food that the people worship to their gods. That's what they sit on their meal, on their table. Okay?
If I do it today at lunch break, that's the chicken I'll come out.
Listen to this now. It's a tantric influence on medieval Jewish Kabbalists, which are European Jews. He said, who chose to elaborate on the union of who they call God and his female counterpart.
Wow.
That's the beginning of Judaism. Y'all know that, right? That's the beginning of it. This is that hexagram means male and female also.
Teach them. Teach
It
them.
also means male and female.
Teach them.
That's where this came from. It's the belief of that came from.
Right. Teach them.
Okay? Historically, at the time, the Old Testament stories were being spun when this was going on. Okay? About David and Solomon. The star had nothing to do with the Jewish people, the ancient Jewish people. It said at the time of David and Solomon, that star did not enter. David did not have that star. He didn't own it. He didn't have it on his shirt. He didn't have it on the wall. They didn't mess with that. You know who messed with that? You know there was an Israelite that didn't mess with it. And God said, you and your star and your God, Chion. Moloch. That's the God that they burned their children to. He said, the star of your God.
Yeah.
And that's way after, look, when God said that was down in the prophecy. That was way after David and Solomon was dead.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't have nothing to do with that.
Oh,
the Israelites start following those people and they picked that star up.
That's right.
And then it becomes solidified in the years way after in Judaism with the Jewish people. And Israelites got it from them.
The same people they hate.
You still follow them.
Racist bastards.
You know, you hate them, but you follow them. You even do your teachings according to how they do it.
Yeah.
Pasha.
So Dad,
Exactly.
this is the portion. He said, let me tell y'all something. Nehemiah and Ezra stood up. They just coming back from 70 years of living like heathens. And they heard that law. And you know what they did? They cried. And that's a good thing.
Yeah.
When you hear this law and you feel guilty and you cry, and you know what? That's going to make you better. Your guilt is going to make you better.
Facts.
Right.
Don't fight it. That's what they did. They cried. You know why they cried? Because we didn't know this. We was born in that place and we were taught other things by our parents.
That's right. That's right.
We didn't know this. And now we know it. They made them cry. Because wow, I was eating like this. That stuff I was wearing is the devil. This is like, but we don't react like that. When somebody say, hey man, we found out the origin of this. This means that. We say, oh man,
You get mad.
you get mad.
I'm getting mad.
Every week we come up here and tell y'all the law, how your way's supposed to be, how God is supposed to be viewing you, and we also tell you what not to get into and what to cut out, because most of that stuff is what got you jammed.
Yeah.
Hey, Chief Mick, they call us crazy, man. I hear it.
I'm crazy now. I'm crazy just
I
like
hear
my
it.
Abba.
I hear
I'm
it.
crazy just like my Abba then.
Yeah.
At least we don't eat unclean.
Say it again, brother.
Blood. Yo, listen, man. Listen, man.
Talk about.
I don't do what you do. I don't accept what you accept in your house. I don't accept it in my house. I don't accept it in my house. Okay? I just told a brother yesterday,
holy.
yo, look,
My crib holy.
the only reason why that t-shirt ain't on you, ain't off your back, because that's all you came here with. But don't come here with people's faces on the t-shirt.
Facts.
You got a Rick and Morty shirt on.
Facts.
Rick and Morty shirt. I said, yo, listen, come here, man. You know how we do here. Respect how we do here. You know you come in here.
Okay.
Bring an extra shirt.
Teach.
Because the next time you come here, you ain't going to be able to enter.
Teach.
That's right.
I don't do it. You not coming in and doing it.
Right.
I don't allow myself. Well, I'm allow you.
Right.
That's right.
I don't care who you are.
That's right.
So I don't have too many visitors.
That's right.
Facts.
I don't have to. Well, I have visitors.
Facts.
So I do what my Abba do. I go outside and see them.
Facts.
Facts.
Always
I go outside and see them.
facts.
You don't know what could be in their pockets.
Always facts.
You don't know what's in their socks. People got their gods on. They said the Israelites, they got killed, right? They went to go and get their brothers.
Before that, they was wondering why.
They said, why we got hit up like this?
They went to go.
They went to go carry them, and when they picked the dead bodies up, little idols, little figurines, teraphims. He said, that's why they got killed. That's why we getting hit up like that. That's why Israel getting it like that. Because they got secret things going on, man. That's why.
They got 6 1-star areas.
Look, they won't let it go. Yo, Jacob told his sons, get the earrings out of your ears. Take those garments off.
Right. When he buried it.
Something was up with those earrings.
They were servants of Laban.
Something was up with those garments.
They were servants of Laban.
Being that they're servants of Laban,
Yeah.
whoever you are servant to,
Now listen.
they bought you over the ear. You're a servant.
That's right.
In the book, in our laws. I love my master. It's been 7 years. I have the option to leave. I don't want to leave. He could. He gave me this. I got children. I got children and a wife there. I ain't going nowhere. You don't want to go? Nah. Well, come on, man.
Wasn't all.
Well, come on. Because I can't make you a slave.
Fact.
This you became willingly.
That's right.
Bring them to
No bondman.
the doorposts.
Piercing with a
It's
heart.
something about the doorposts, man. Okay, it's something about this. If I'm on the other side, I'm not in here. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
I'm not in. You can hear me, you can see me, but I am not in. Right? You put the blood. You said, put the blood here, right here. You're coming in. There's something about this here. You don't even need a door. There's something about the threshold here. Right? Something get past the threshold, it's in. It's an abomination.
That's a fact.
So you gotta watch what you bring in your house and leave those symbols alone.
Right.
Right.
He take it, and he take his here, where we put it here, and then he put it there, and he pour his, here with the home. Meaning now, I'm this guy's servant forever.
Life.
But I'm not his bond man, because he didn't make me his slave.
No, he take
I serve him forever willingly.
And my family there.
And then my family that come after
They gonna
is
be
the
his
same.
His
Y'all
servant.
know that. My son can't come and say, well, that's you, guys. That's you, Abba.
He
I'm
born
going
into
over here to him. No. You are a family of servants to this man and his family forever.
Born into it.
Teach.
That's how, when Abraham died, Eliezer of Damascus was holding Isaac down.
Automatically.
And he said, yo, the Lord God of my master, Abraham.
Yeah.
You say, yo, my master's Jews. All I gotta do is ride on his juice. I eat my kill, I do everything. I'm circumcised, so I'm gonna call on his God.
He's straight.
It works.
Yeah.
This is how this goes,
Yeah,
man.
he's all straight.
He's straight. Eliezer of Damascus, Syrian. Abraham said, yo, all I got is Eliezer of Damascus. The stuff you talk about, God, I gotta have a seed. God said, don't worry about that. You gonna have a seed. He said, right now, that's the man. Yeah. Sometimes a man will have a man that's not his son, but he treat him more like a son and he treat him more like a father than the real son will do. Yeah. I've known men that said, man, this is my son. This guy treat me with more respect than my own son. This woman, this girl here treat me with respect than my own daughter. Don't let your father or your mother say these things.
Yeah, that's not cool. It's not cool.
Don't let them feel that way.
Okay.
Don't let them regret they had you.
Okay.
Because they can regret they had you. That's right. Because you ain't give them nothing but ill.
Oh, wow.
You ain't showing no, and you don't show no, you chickens. Yo, stop that, man. You're Israel. You ain't supposed to be doing what the heathens do.
All right.
And I know heathens that wouldn't do that.
All right.
I said I know heathens that wouldn't do that.
Okay.
I know grown men and grown women that honor their mother and their father more than Israelites that I grew up with and know. Tell me I'm lying. I ain't lying. And that's a shame. I shouldn't be able to say that.
Yes.
I shouldn't be able to say that.
Yes.
It's not right, man.
Okay.
He said, it didn't have nothing to do with Solomon, it didn't have nothing to do with David. He said, but had been previously employed in all cultures, especially India. There go India again. Egypt. God said, don't follow none of the ordinances and the ways of Egypt. That's one of the ways of Egypt. Okay? He said, for more than 2,000 years. And this is before David and Solomon were born.
Okay.
They were using this before Abraham was born. Okay? Its earliest appearance was discovered in the Indus Valley civilization 3000 BC. This is, like I said, it's before Abraham time. So by the time we're reading about Abraham, you got all types of cultures that's dealing with that hexagram. All right? Israel ain't even get here yet. The world was dealing with it already. Okay? He said, and soon after was regarded as a Jain philosophical symbol. I can't even go into the Jain part. It's a whole bunch of debauchery. But it's another people who live like Canaanites. And it's part of it's the symbol for their philosophy. And they're mostly what you call these people? Warlocks and witchcrafts, witches and stuff. It said it would later be utilized by Buddhists, okay, and tantrics of India to symbolize divine sexual energy, okay, and the union of male and female elements in creation in the occult. You know what the occult is, right? Witchcraft. Okay? So it resembles, it's a symbol for men and women on this planet that are into witchcraft.
Right.
That is also a link. When they eat and drink the blood and do their rituals, they need to stand up in this star. Okay? They need to stand up in it. Okay, in order for their things to work. That's what links them in the occult world. And it stands for man or woman. That's why a woman could be a witch, man could be a warlock. Okay? He said, in India, the six-pointed star, which is the hexagram, is called the star of Vishnu. So everybody got, oh, this is the star of this is the star of that. Okay? That star belongs to all of them.
Okay.
It's also known as the star of Vishnu, an Indian god.
Okay.
So something is wrong there. Because David and Solomon and Vishnu can't have something in common. They can't have the same things in common. And that's what y'all don't understand. You got the same things in common. Its history is still incomplete without mention of its use in ancient Egypt. We don't even know how they was using it in ancient Egypt. Where did the Israelites come from? Ancient Egypt. What God said, don't follow them.
The heat. That's right. The Egyptians.
I gotta read no more.
That's right. Yeah, nothing in common.
This ain't enough. Yo,
that's right.
If this ain't enough for you to vet those symbols in that decrepit star. Yo, ain't nobody representing that 6-point star like me and my family. Until we found out. We thought it was part of this too. Until more studying, and then we found out it ain't got nothing to do with us. Look, it was in the closets. We tagged up all these all over the place. Because we thought it had something to do with the Most High. I had a rap group. That was part of my logo. You go to places where people having teachings, you see that star there. You look at those garments, they got it on there. They got a staff, they got their mackwell, their rod, it's on there. You got chains, jewelry. Watch what y'all wear. Watch those symbols. Look up the Kai and see where it come from. I'm not gonna tell y'all nothing. Look the Kai up and see where it come from.
We ain't take a letter out the alphabet and wear.
No, just look and see where it come from. I want you guys to see for yourself. This conversation of the Kai will be concluded next week. I want you guys to do the homework yourself. All you Google lookers, go and look at it and find it. Find out, because people be quick to go on Google and say, oh no, what Google said, it don't say that. Go in there and look. We have to stop with the symbolism. Look. What's our sign?
Shabbat.
We live our son.
Shabbat.
We live out our son.
There's a sign between me and thee.
Me and thee.
Man.
That stands out more than any symbol or
What's
logo.
wrong with people, man? What's wrong with them, man?
It says it shall be a sign between me and you. That who you are and who I am to you. This is a sign of this union right here between God and the children of Israel. Because only you are going to observe this day.
We seem to be like every other nation, but the Egyptians they even eat with us.
Nobody said, well, look, let me try Shabbat. You don't have no heathen that say, well, look, let me come and try Shabbat out. They'll come on a feast day, though.
Yeah. Egyptians
They'll come on a feast day.
ain't eat with us.
They couldn't eat with us because it was abomination for them to eat with us.
It's a rule.
So why can't we follow what's abominable? Stay away from things that are abominable, supposed to be abominable to us, because we love it. It's not abominable to me, because I love it.
Come on, man.
I like how it tastes.
Yeah.
So I like how I'm looking. It's not abominable to me.
Yes.
Jump sheet.
And Abram said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is this Eleazar of Damascus. And Abram said, behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is my heir. And behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, this shall not be thine heir, but he that shall come forth out of thine own bowels shall be thine heir.
So right then and there, Abraham said, oh, wow, sometime sooner or later, I'm going to have a child of my own. My wife is barren. Her womb is shut. But I'm not letting that doubt what God is telling me. Now you see why God dealt with him.
He just met
Because
God.
he believed everything.
He just met God.
Everything God tells him.
So
He believed it.
just met God.
He didn't question it.
He just met him.
He just met him. He said, "Yo, don't worry about it. You're gonna have one out your own bowels." So that worry of having your that's gone. God said, "I'm gonna have one, so I'm gonna have one. I don't know when, but I'm gonna have one." Time sheet.
And he brought him forth abroad and said, look now towards heaven.
Now, when he said he brought him forth abroad, a lot of times, most of the time, to speak with God, they had to go up in the mountain. Moses, a lot of times he said, come up and speak with God, told him come up. Meaning, he got to go up that mountain. So he's not going to get to have that conversation in the next 5 minutes. He got to get up to the mountain. Abraham was on the mountain when we was having this conversation.
Everybody ain't going to hear this.
Look, man, something about when God descended on the mountains. God come and he talked to them dudes on the mountains because ain't nobody else there. It's just you and God. This is a private thing.
Man.
People don't dwell on the tops of mountains.
Nah, they ain't going up there.
Who going up there? You know what you got to go through to get to the top of a mountain? Woods, forests, animals, bears, deers, and all that.
They said, we know not what of Moses.
We don't know what happened to him, man.
The one over there.
Yo. Like Chief Shama said, do y'all know? Do y'all really see how big those mountains are? Buildings, the highest buildings be like this. Skyscrapers be like this. The mountain being back a bit like this. Yeah. So imagine God descending on it, and it's on fire, and it's skipping. That's a very scary sight. That's why he said, no, you're not gonna die. But this is to show you to stay away from sin, because you see who you're dealing with.
Right.
You see what he can do.
Basically.
You see what he could do.
Basically.
That's the fear
Basically.
that when you're not in front of this, you carry with you.
Basically.
That's what Moses meant when he said, fear not, but God has come to prove you. All right? It's very good faces that you sin not. God is doing this thing to scare the wits out of you. So that later on, when you're not in front of the fire, you'll remember the fire. You'll remember how you felt. And you will be scared, and you ain't going to do it. Right. That's what stops people from going against God's commandments. Being scared. We're not holy enough. We're not godly enough.
I'm scared I'm going to do 10 years.
You have to be scared.
10 years in jail, nigga.
That's the only thing that's going to stop you.
Facts.
Oh, well, no, I ain't doing that because I'm scared I'm going to get locked up.
Facts.
Right? Right?
Facts.
Right. But we don't say, well, I ain't going to do that because I'm scared of God. Start saying that more. He said, look down towards heaven. He brought him out. He brought him out of there where there's no trees or nothing. He brought him in the broad, in the plain. And he said, look up and toward the heaven and tell the stars and see if you're able to number them. You can't number stars.
Not happening. Not happening.
That's not happening. God know the count. Only God know the count of everything. He know the count of every rice grain on this planet right now. He knows the count of every human being alive and walking right now. He knows the count of every man, woman, and child that is ever going to live and die. Okay? God got that count. God counts all. He made all those stars. He know how much he got. The sands of the sea. He made that. He know how much grain. But we can't. He said, can you do that? Can you count? He said, no, I can't. He said, so your seed shall be. Now, we was reading earlier, Chief Shalom, when Moses was warning the people, and he told them, if you don't follow these commandments, you are going to be left few in number. So what happened? What happened? They started following those people. And they start getting cut off and dying. Okay? Getting killed. Killing each other. To the time where right now, y'all ain't that much of y'all no more. Y'all few. You know what was going to happen? You could get surrounded. You could get outnumbered now. But God told them, you're supposed to be like those stars. He said, that's how your seed going to be.
Right.
Tell she.
That's ridiculous, man.
Yo, and you see how it went? From Abraham, he had Isaac. Right?
Right.
Then Abraham had others. After. He had Ishmael.
And then
right? He got Isaac, he got Ishmael, and then with Keturah, who is not Hagar.
Nations. Yeah, nations with
Okay.
Keturah.
I don't understand where they get that from. Because Hagar went to Egypt
She
and lived
left.
in
It
Egypt.
was over.
The Israelites came up out of Egypt because that's where she went. She went back. She came from Egypt. Abraham found Hagar in Egypt.
Right.
And she went back to Egypt. Historically, she went back to Egypt with her son Ishmael.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Now, Keturah is someone totally different.
That's
And
right.
she had a whole different set of sons for Abraham.
Abraham. That's right.
That's his seed
Many
beginning to become great in many.
Right.
Okay? Then we go back to Isaac. Isaac, he wound up with twins. He doubled up. Right? And both of those twins had 12 sons. Esau had 12 because his sons became dukes.
She said, why am I dust?
What's going on here?
The Lord answered her.
There's no sonogram.
That's right.
There's no doctrine. There's no nothing there. You got to go to God.
She got two nations.
And she got an answer.
Two nations.
He said, you got two in your womb that are not alike.
Right, they different.
These are going to be the only twins ever born
That's
going to not like each other.
they
And they're going to look different. It wasn't identical.
Or fraternal.
They wasn't either. These guys are totally different. They got different hobbies, different ways, different everything. He said, man, they're fighting inside of you.
Yeah.
He said, but look, those guys, I read in the Apocrypha that the times of the world was based on those two births. Okay? Remember how he came out? He came out holding his brother heel. God set certain times, okay? From that time, okay? For man to have an opportunity to serve God. Look, these are super beings. These are super men and women that serve God. God established a lot of things on how these guys were born. He established the times, certain times, according to how these guys were born. He said, up until this, that. So the best thing to do, if they did something wrong in here, they did it wrong, don't follow it.
Right. That's it.
Don't talk about it.
Don't talk bad about
Let
it.
the book say whatever they say.
That's it.
Right?
Exactly.
Because they're here for our example.
That's
We
right.
read this book about these people to
right.
see what to do
What
and
not
what
to
not
do.
to do
That's right.
and how to do it,
That's right.
when to do it.
That's right.
When is the time to say this? When is the time? This is not the time. It's the Shabbat.
That's right.
We can't make another day on the Shabbat and turn it into something else.
Right.
Yeah, listening to something else. Yeah.
Okay?
That's right. Talk about it.
Around these even holidays times, you shouldn't have no special gatherings.
That's right. That's right.
Watch yourself.
Thanksgiving, nigga.
You got Thanksgiving in you. It's a family-orientated holiday. My Abba broke it down to me one day. He said, see, son, look. He said, look, Thanksgiving and Christmas got to do with family.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
And friends.
Yeah, when that time comes, they don't all eat Thanksgiving dinner on Thursday. Some of them eat it Friday. Some eat it before. So around that time, you might want to you really need to give your family a break. Don't get caught up in it. Don't just getting the food. That's the sacrifice.
That's it.
I don't care what's on there.
That's
I don't
right.
care if the whole thing is tofu.
That's right.
That's the sacrifice. I made sure I ate a sandwich that day. And whatever they do to commemorate that day, I do the opposites. I don't want to do anything on those days or around those times that God would look at and say, you the same as them.
Right.
That's why. Don't my family ain't coming. Y'all don't come around. Stay on your holidays and come see me after New Year's Day. That's when everything get back regular. Yeah. Everything get back regular. Right now, you don't want to be mingling and going nowhere. Don't do nothing special. Don't have special gatherings, Israelites.
Spanish people.
Don't do it around this time.
Spanish people keep their tree up to about January 15th.
It's the season. That's what they call the season.
Tis the season, brother.
Watch it. Don't get caught up in that.
A week or two after.
It's right now. Look, there's Israelites saying, man, it's just a plate. It's Israelites right now. Look, I heard it. Look, that's how I know.
Yep.
It's just a plate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even going there. But if you recognize that celebration is not correct, why do you want to eat from the celebration?
That's right.
Eat at the sacrifice.
That's right.
You want to eat of the sacrifice because
That's right.
you ain't get this thing out of you.
Okay.
You ain't get it out of you. And you got Israelites that was born and celebrate Thanksgiving.
That's right.
You got Israelites born and celebrate Christmas.
Watch December
By
25th
proxy.
now. Watch December 25th now. It falls on Hanukkah.
Oh,
Same
and
day.
let me make Hanukkah clear.
The same
Let me make
day.
Hanukkah clear. Hanukkah was for those who had the burnt offering altar rededicated. Meaning, the burnt offering altar got desecrated by Antiochus Epiphanes.
Right.
He put swine's flesh on it. They
Right.
couldn't use it no more.
Right.
But they couldn't destroy it
Right.
because it was something. Anything that was holy or served as sacred to God, you can't destroy that.
Right.
So you can't throw zitsies away. The garment is messed up. Okay, get the zitsies off of there. Bibles don't belong on the floor.
That's right.
What they doing on the floor or on the chair where a person could sit on. Let's start being mindful, man. Let's start being mindful. How you gonna steal the Bible and in it said thou shalt not steal?
Okay.
It's the mentality we got. Those days we gotta leave alone, man. That's why you can't delight in the Shabbat day. Because you have your delight somewhere else. You can't really give the Shabbat your full delight. That's why people be bored. They be different on this day, and it's not a different to where you can tell, like some people give off a vibe like they're not feeling this, they're just here.
Right.
Okay? Okay, I picked that up real good from people. Especially from up here. You see, you can pick up, you become a receptacle. And I've been seeing that for years. Don't fool yourself, man. Allow yourself to want the desire to serve God. Allow yourself. Give yourself the chance. You give yourself the chance for everything else.
Yeah.
Why would it come to the Most High God? It's a problem.
Yeah.
Why everybody got it? It's a debate. Is this the problem? But we say, hey man, it's Steve God's our birthday. Everybody, we're gonna have a birthday. Everybody's gonna be there.
Yes, sir. Believe that.
It's not gonna be no arguments. Ain't nobody gonna be mad. Everybody gonna be happy. But that's how we supposed to be serving God. We're backwards, man. We're backwards. Touch you.
And he believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him for righteousness.
Say that again.
And he believed in the Lord, and he counted to him
for righteousness. What is it that he believed? What God just told him. What God told him. You are going to have a son soon, out of your own bowels. He believed him. And that was righteousness in him. That's our problem.
Believing is the beginning.
That's our problem. We hear it, don't believe it. We read it, don't believe it. You see it and don't believe it. They saw it and still didn't believe. God said, how long is it going to take for these people to believe my word? They saw what I did with Egypt. They was there. He said, ye are my witnesses. I showed myself to you. I showed you my power. So God is not power. Stop calling him powers.
God is higher than power.
That's right.
Power comes from God.
Yeah.
Life comes from God.
Yeah.
God is higher than life.
Yeah.
You gotta understand that, man. Everything that you know in existence comes from God. It is not God. God is unfathomably great and high forever. There's certain words you can't even put on it. But God is not powers. Lightning come from God. Okay? Light come from God. Sound come from God. Energy comes from God. Wind comes from God.
That's right.
It said the whirlwind, the tornado was going, and who was in it? God was sitting in it. God was sitting in the tornado, man. Every tornado you see, it said God's sitting in it.
Pop out of it. Pop out of it. They gotta make it so small, though.
A tornado? You don't ever see the damage a tornado do?
Yo, man.
And he says he uses these things to punish the wicked.
Yo, man.
He said lightning, thunder, storms, tornadoes, all the what you call them things, mudslides, all these things, tsunamis, earthquakes. God said, I'll make that for the wicked. So when Israel started getting these things, they became wicked. But we wasn't getting that.
None.
Until we got the great quake.
We ain't getting that.
We got one. We got the great quake. But guess where we got it at? Down the line. All the way towards
the end.
But I'm about to kick him out anyway. Give it to him. It's at the great quake in the time of Isaiah and Amos. They didn't get earthquakes.
I thought it was construction.
That ain't no joke.
Everything's
Man, listen. When that go down, because the land is cursed, the people are wicked. Okay? But God said it's for the wicked. If you serve him, you ain't got to worry about dying by certain wounds.
Right.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
Certain things you ain't got to worry about.
Not if you serve.
If you serve God. He said, man, you can throw me in there. I'm good. Throw me in that fire. My God is God, whether I burn or not. They threw him in there. God didn't allow the fire to burn these men. He said their clothes wasn't singed. He said Daniel and the three holy men. Yeah, they were holy men because they were the only ones that didn't eat the food. Okay? They didn't eat the food. He said they proposed. They didn't eat the food. So they called them holy men. They couldn't go and do sacrifices. They were slaves now. But the one thing they didn't do is touch. They had on clothes that they gave them. So they had to wear hats. They had to wear hats. They had to wear hats. But they didn't eat that food.
You gotta eat that.
And it made them holy.
The things you don't have to do, you ain't got to do.
Daniel said he proposed in his heart. You know what proposed in your heart? You make your mind up.
That's right. That's right.
You make your mind up.
Right. No, I ain't eating that.
So look, man, I'm gonna have to die in this place.
I'm not eating that.
And I've been in places where I said, damn, there's not even an apple in here. Oh,
right. That's gonna condemn you before
damn, I'm
God.
gonna die in here. No. You can't even smell that food, let alone eating it. I can't even just the smell alone, let alone eating it. And then you got heathens that be like, yo, I ain't eating that food.
Now you gotta die. All right, you gonna wear
So
this,
you know what?
wear the hat. But no,
You
I'm
know
not
what?
eating that.
I'm not eating that. I don't have to eat that.
I don't have to eat that.
Look. You force me to eat it. I'm not eating
I'm
it.
choosing death.
See what happens to people
Right.
who
Choosing
force.
death.
I'm choosing death. This is the look. At that moment in time, you get put to death for not violating the God's law. You in. You in. Because you died for it. You lived for it, and you got killed for it. But all you had to do was eat it. All you had to do was touch it. All you had to do was wear it. All you had to do was fake like it's unclean. That's what he told him, right? He said, "No, man, this is clean. This is goat. This is no blood, no fat." He said, "Nah, but they don't know that. I can't do that. All these years I've been doing, following God's law, and I can't mess up now. I'm too old to mess up. They look up to me. So, man, you gonna have to kill me. You have to kill me." And he didn't give them the satisfaction of hearing his pain.
They killed him.
He didn't do nothing. He stood there and they held it, and they cut him, and they stabbed him, and they fried him in big giant frying pans called cauldrons until he was crisp and he burnt. And you know what? They look. The wicked was looking like, damn. They had respect.
They respected him.
They respected him.
I said, damn, this nigga's official.
The same way the cops respect you when you don't snitch.
Facts.
They look and say, well, hey, you know what? They're going to respect you. Sure. Police respect you when you don't snitch. And they know what happened to you. They know what's wrong. But yo, man, I'm not doing that. That's integrity. That's what Job had. That's why he didn't flip on God. That's why he didn't even say, why is this happening? He told this woman, shall we receive all good and not bad from the Lord? We're bugging.
That's different.
God already said we're going to go through it. And we owe from the beginning, from Adam and Eve's sin. We always going to owe. That's why Cain and Abel was offering.
That's different. That's right. That's different.
Come on.
That's different. And he know he ain't sick.
He know. But no. All right. Ain't nothing happened to me unless God allowed it. And if God allowed it, so be it. I'm not breaking. I'm not going to let that weaken me. I'm going to keep pushing up. Maybe I did something wrong. Let me backtrack. But I'm not going to go the other way. What the adversary want me to do is curse God.
Yeah.
When you stop serving his laws, you curse God. Don't break, man.
Right.
Don't break. Hold. Those men were in places, they weren't in Israel. They were in places that they never been. And they were the only ones of their kind. And all the other Israelites was eating the food. Daniel said he proposed in his heart that he's not eating none of the king's meat. Hot dog. Yeah. Time sheet.
And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees, to give thee this land to inherit it.
What? He said, I'm the one that got you out of Ur. You was living in the Chaldeans, Babylon, Ur Kasdim. Okay? Mm-hmm. The heathen call it Sumeria. Look that up and read about their civilization. Read about their culture. That's the Babylonians. That's them. Sumer is in Babylon. For short, Sumer is called Ur. Ur, the Chaldees. The Chaldeans were the ones who were the top. They were astrologists and astronomers. Okay? And they ran Babylon. And everything they did, their religion was based upon sun, moon, and star worship. Astrology comes from them. Worship of the dead, funerals, wakes, symbolism, all these things was originated in Babylon and in Egypt. Okay? They had civilization going when people were still in caves. When Yaphet and a lot of them were up in the caves. These people were thriving civilizations. But they didn't serve God. Okay? Yeah, Egypt was the first time, Egypt, but they didn't serve God. They were visited by God, and their plagues went down on them for their pride. Okay? Time sheet.
And he said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, take me a heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon.
This was something that nobody else did. This is not on the list of the sacrifices.
No, this is separate.
This is a different situation, a one-time thing.
Right here.
Don't ever try to duplicate this.
Word.
Okay? He said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? How am I going to know when I'm going to get these things? He said, all right, for me to show you this, you're going to have to take a heifer, a she-goat, and a ram, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he said, he took all of these and divided them in the middle. He took all of these and he cut them down in the middle, right? And laid each piece one against the other. He said, but he didn't do that to the birds. Okay? He said, when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. Those fowls were birds of prey, carnivorous birds. You have birds that wait till you die. They only eat dead meat, like buzzards. Okay? Abram lives in the desert area. So you got birds of prey like this around. So now those animals are dead. That's food for these birds. So he's driving them away. Okay? The chicken and the turkey is related to buzzards and vultures. That's all I got to say. Time sheet.
And
12.
he took unto him,
12.
and when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram. And lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him.
How that happened? God did that. No anesthesia. Caused him to have a deep sleep. Put him like what we will call a coma. Okay? To the point where he ain't getting up. He's deep sleep. Because he's about to show, God is about to show Abraham something. Right? Okay? Time sheet.
And he said unto Abram, nor assured you that thy seed shall be a stranger in the land that is not theirs.
He said, and when the sun was about to go down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram. And when he fell asleep, he became horrified. He said, he was dreaming now. In his dream, in that deep sleep, something got him scared. A horror of great darkness. That plague, the darkness, that plague, when the darkness was put on Egypt, it's a hell of a plague. Go outside, look, you wake up, it's all dark, you can't see nothing, you're feeling for the light, nothing. You go downstairs, you go outside, no sun, everything dark. That's what happened in Egypt. There was no source of lights. Okay? Black holes are also dark.
Yeah.
That's dark. Okay?
Yeah.
What we call dark matter.
Yeah.
What do black holes do? Absorb what? Light. It distinguishes light. Time sheet 13.
And he said unto Abram, nor of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in the land that is not theirs. You shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years.
He said, yo, your seed, they're going to be slaves. They're going to be in a land that's not theirs. This is how I'm going to get them out. He said, and they shall be afflicted 400 years. This is why when they came out, they had calf worship in their head. This is why they had the ordinances of Egypt in them. And God had to tell them, you got to leave that alone. Forget about the Egyptians. I don't want you to hate them, though, because you was a stranger in their house. And you know the heart of a stranger. I don't want you to hate them. You can't hate the Egyptians, but you can't live like them. You don't have to hate people. Just don't live like them. Hate the abominations that they do. You don't have to hate them.
That's right. That's right.
Hate the
evil.
evil. Hate the ways. Hate the sin.
Hate the traditions.
Hate the iniquity.
The traditions.
Yes. Hate the actions.
Come on, man. Stop it.
You ain't got to go around hating people. You say, well, yo, man, you good, but I don't like what you do. I like you, but I don't like what you do.
That's right.
That's all.
That's right.
Because hatred of people would take you in another category.
right.
where God did not mean for you to go. He says, hate the evil,
That's right.
hate the wicked, and what they do, hate that stuff. Stay away from them. He said, and also that nation whom they shall serve, I will judge. God told him. He said, I'm going to judge Egypt. Egypt got judged. Okay? And it was never the same again after that. They never rose to that prominence. Yo, they was doing brain surgery. They was doing dentistry. They was using electricity.
Doing all that.
They was making electricity through the use of water motion, just like dams. The water go through the turbines turn, they get electricity. They did the same thing, but they weren't godly.
Right.
Industrialism does not make you godly.
Right.
Your high economy does not make you godly. Okay? Time sheet.
And afterwards shall they come out with a great substance. And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. Thou shalt be buried in the good old age. But in the fourth generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet fulfilled.
But in the fourth generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites
are not full.
They're not ready. I'm not ready to get them out, but they're close. They got 400 more years to go. No, they got 440 years to go. The 40 years was the wilderness. In the wilderness. Okay? And God gave them the order, man. He said, wipe them out. He said, don't marry into them. Don't let your sons marry their daughters. Don't let their daughters marry their sons. He said, do not keep them alive.
Mm-hmm.
God did not want the Canaanites to live.
Right.
Okay? The Canaanites lived in what we call today Israel.
Right.
That was their land first. It was called Canaan land. They were Hamites. They were the only Hamites that lived outside of the African continents. Okay? Ham had 7 sons. One of them name was Canaan. Canaan migrated to what we call Israel now.
Right.
And he had sons. And one of their name was the Hittites. Half of the Hittites left Israel, what we call Israel, and they went all the way up to what we call today Turkey. They are the progenitors of the Ottoman Empire. Okay? Before it was called Turkey, it was called the Ottoman Empire. And the ones that the ancestors of the Ottomans are Hittites.
Okay.
The Hittites are out of Canaan. Canaan is out of Ham.
Okay.
Ham is one of the sons of Noah.
Okay.
All of Shem, Ham, and Japheth's children did not stay in one region of the planet. Time sheet.
But in the fourth generation they shall come hither again. For the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet fulfilled. And it came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt
right?
unto the great river of Euphrates.
A smoking furnace, that means God had accepted this. This sacrifice here. There's no name to it. We don't know what to call that. But this was so that Abraham could see what God was showing him. That had to be done. Okay? Time sheet. 18.
And the Kenites and the Kenizzites and the Cadmonites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Rephaims and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Girgashites and the Jebusites.
See, now all of those are the people, except for the Kenites, they came out of Ham. He said, these are the people who you gonna dispossess. Now let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 8.
Deuteronomy chapter 8.
If you can't beat them, join them.
You Jake niggas don't come here trolling. It ain't happening.
Sir,
Sir Jake, don't come here.
I like it. I like that.
You know, ain't no troll over
I
here.
like that.
You don't play that.
I like
You're getting
that.
blocked. Facts.
Yeah.
You don't do Jake over here.
If you love Jake, you gotta go to another
You got
channel.
to
man.
go.
You got to go.
No love for you, Duke. I will block you.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
No
block 'em.
love,
As soon
nigga.
as they start that, block them.
Because if I knew who you was, I'm gonna come see you.
Facts.
You know, they do that now. Social media, everybody do that. I don't like what you say, and I go on there and be a disturbance. So you got
To the Father.
to delete, block, get out of here.
To the Father.
The people are like that. People are ignorant.
Facts.
People are ignorant. That's why. Deuteronomy chapter 8.
Deuteronomy chapter 8. All the commandments which I command you this day shall you observe to do.
You got to observe all these commandments. You cannot pick and choose. And you can't wait till you're ready. They have to be done. Abraham didn't wait. Everything that God told him to do, he went immediately and did it. That's why I said, look unto Abraham and be, he's the example to be. Do how he did it. However he did it, whatever procedure he took, follow that. Time sheet.
That you may live and multiply and go in and possess the land which the Lord swear unto your fathers. And thou shalt remember all the way which the Lord thy God led thee these 40 years.
Don't forget what you learned in these 40 years. Don't forget what you saw in these 40 years. You saw what happened to these people when they went serving Baal. And you saw what happened to them. He said, don't follow. He said, remember so that you don't repeat those mistakes. Time sheet.
To humble thee, to prove thee, to know what was in thine heart.
That's why God did what he did. That's why he put them in the wilderness. That's why he let them go through the things he went through. He said to humble you because you guys got too much. Y'all think too much about yourself, first of all.
Okay.
First of all, coming out of Egypt, y'all thought y'all was the dang thing. Y'all thought y'all was the dang thing.
Walking through an ocean.
Okay.
Walking through an ocean.
Okay.
You gonna
All
feel
right.
like that.
All right. And that's why he had to tell them, don't say in your heart because of your might.
Yeah.
They're not scared of you because of who you are.
It doesn't mean that.
They not defeated because of me. That's what God said. Don't ever get that chest lifted up. He said the only reason why you got this play is because of your father Abraham. So you need to follow him.
No, real. That's real.
So in order for me to follow and do these commandments, I have to have some humbleness in me. There's a time when I got to tell myself, shut up. Shut up, Mick. Do you ever tell yourself, shut up? You need to sometime. Everybody needs to know when to tell themselves to shut up. This is not the time. I'm saying, Solomon said, think 7 times before you open up your mouth.
Okay.
The person that's rattling, don't think. So you need to shut up.
Right.
Yeah.
Some people don't think, so you need to keep your mouth shut. The wise keep their mouth shut. They know when it's time. So you need to, you don't shut up. Don't tell me shut up. Well, you ain't shutting yourself up. Somebody's going to say shut up, or they're going to get away from you so they don't have to hear from you. Oh, this is part of being humble. Humble is being submissive to the right things. Being submissive to who or what you honor. Okay? That's what humble means. A humble man will still kill you. A humble man will still fight you back. A humble man will still shoot you. A humble man will defend his family. A humble man still goes to war.
Okay.
Let's not get the word humble mixed up. Humble means I conform to that which is good like God.
That's right.
That's it.
That's right. That's right.
That's it. Other than that, I'm making noise. I'm making noise. Let's go to war. Let's go. Let's do
Humble
this.
has nothing to do with
Okay.
that. Facts. Break it down,
Okay?
brother.
Because it said Judas Maccabees. He said he was vicious in war. You know what that means? He make you look, you killing, he killing, but you look at him and say, damn. I ain't bro, why are you doing it like that? That's how vicious he was. But he was godly. That's what it's saying in the Bible. It said Judas Maccabees was vicious in war, but godly. So I know when to be vicious. I know how much viciousness to put out.
Talk about it.
Because being godly will tell you these things. I know who to do it to.
Oh,
And then sometimes you deserve it.
that's it.
And sometimes you deserve it. And I ain't God. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
That's it right there.
And we've seen a lot of examples like that in the book.
Right.
Not every time. Saul said, all right, man, no more bloodshed today. Nah. Saul said that. He go to war with you. he'll kill you quick.
Mhm.
But there's a time when he say, yo. And there's still Jews that need their head cut off. But chill, it's too much. Remember,
Enough kill.
it's only us here. Ain't like we wiping out heathens. It was a time when we had to stop wiping out Benyamins before we wiped the whole tribe out. And they were all wrong. We have to remember God in this thing. I can't let what you doing get me
Out of pocket.
so
Out
destructive
of place.
Yeah.
and out of place.
Out of place. Out of
Because
place.
then what's going to happen
Okay,
is I'm going to be just as wrong as you.
Out of place.
And,
That's right.
it's happened to me before.
That's right. That's right.
And I'm like, put it in, and I'm going for it, but
That's
how
right.
I'm doing it,
That's right. That's right. That's right.
it's not going to digest.
Now you out of place. Now
Now,
you're
look,
in the wrong.
and I give the
Yeah.
wicked,
Now
and
you-
I give the wicked a chance to say, see,
Right. Right.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give you ungodly people a chance to say, see.
Teach. Okay. Teach.
No. So
All right.
we deal with things accordingly.
Teach.
There's a
Okay.
certain behavior, you know.
Right.
Don't get too far out. And today we got to control our emotions. You can't get too happy,
Facts.
and you can't be sad today.
Facts.
You can't be down today.
Teach.
No.
Teach.
Tonight you can be down.
Yeah.
No, we turn up tonight.
No. You may have had a death. You may have a calamity or something. You know?
Yeah.
You got to wipe it away today. And you can go back to it tonight.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. You can't grieve all day. You can't grieve on Shabbat. Right or wrong?
Night.
No.
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 Look, we still came in here. We still had teachers here. And you didn't know. Didn't know. Friday night. You see what I mean? So, look. Saturday night come, we back to it. You don't dwell on that. That's why I say, look, death happens. The Shabbat holds.
Right.
Okay? Keep that first. Your emotion there first.
Right.
And then when the Shabbat is over, you can go back
Yeah.
to your grief or your sorrow.
That's right.
Before you pray,
It's right.
don't be mad.
That ain't gonna work.
Don't be mad.
That ain't gonna work.
Before thou prayest, prepare thyself.
That's right. That's
And
right.
be not as one that tempted the Most High.
Okay.
Because if you don't prepare yourself, you're going to tempt the Most High.
Okay.
Talk about it, dog.
Okay.
That's that. Okay.
So sometimes a man
Ecclesiastes.
could be coming down in his household, right? About the law.
All right.
It's time to pray. He ain't going to go pray right away.
No, wait.
He said, "No, let me calm down." I
Yeah.
would say, make roll up one for me, man. Let me calm
Yeah.
down. Roll up one for him.
Right.
I'm supposed to pray at this time, but I'm gonna wait 15 minutes
Fact.
to roll this up for me.
That's a
'Cause I can't be mad
That's a fact.
when I pray to God.
That's a
Right.
fact. Fact. Only fact.
Yeah. Teach.
Yeah.
Teach.
That's humble.
Yeah.
Learn from the best. I learned
That's
from the best.
humble.
I learned from the best.
Okay.
My pop.
That's right. He taught us what humble is.
Teach.
If I am not allowing you to come in my house with something, that ain't got nothing to do with humble.
That's right.
Okay? He says, so I bring you in this place that has nothing, that is dead. You can't survive in here. But I'm gonna show you that you're gonna survive in here for 40 years. All right? He said, but I gotta prove you guys. You guys gotta go through a filter because you're not ready to go in the land and do these commandments.
That's right.
I gotta see that you're ready now in this filtering process.
Right.
Where the jungle at. You got to go through the jungle first
Yeah.
to get to their paradise. Okay? So you needed to be humble. He said, and I had to prove you. I got to see what you do when you ain't got no money. How you do, who you turn to, how you behave when you get in this position.
Yeah.
Sometimes I got to put this on you to see what you're going to do if you're going to forget God.
Okay.
That's how he proved you. He said, and to know. Now, look. God said, I do this so I can be definitely sure and know what's in your heart.
Facts.
You can't, look. Look in there, you know. Now I definitely see what's up in there. Because look, you brought it out. The situation made the real you come out.
Okay.
God said, now I see who you really are.
Yeah.
And listen, now I know you on my side. That's what he told Abraham. Now I know you on my side for sure. I knew it, but I had to test you and make sure. Even God has to test you to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay? He said, I had to do all of this to see whether you're going to keep my commandments or not. I have to put you through this stuff because these commandments ain't no joke. And for you to keep them, you have to endure, withstand, be afflicted, and still hold.
Teach.
That's what God is telling us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? This earth ain't nothing nice on it. For nobody. Elisha died of an evil disease.
It's destined.
You would think Elisha would have gave up the ghost. And he died of an evil disease. He wasn't wicked. Don't you ever say he was. Yeah, but he died of an evil disease. So what? It rained on the righteous as well as the wicked in certain circumstances.
Teach.
And you know what? When it rained on the righteous don't get wicked.
Okay.
The righteous hold. The righteous get stronger.
That's right.
The righteous get stronger with God.
Not as much.
Verse 3.
Whether thou wouldest keep his commandments or no.
Uh-huh.
And he humbled thee, and suffered thee to hunger.
I broke it down.
And fed thee with manna,
Oh yeah.
which thou knewest not.
Oh yeah.
Neither did thy
I
father know.
fed you with a food source that ain't on this planet.
Mm-hmm.
They call it angel food. And it tastes like whatever you want it to taste when you put it in your mouth.
That's crazy.
It's called whatever. Manna. What, it's whatever you want it to be. You ain't got to plant it. You ain't got to grow it. You ain't got to harvest it. When you wake up in the morning, it's there what to do. You go out and you get. And you go in the house, you make flour out of it. You make bread out of it. You make pottage out of it. You make whatever you want. After a while, they said, man, we want flesh to eat.
All we have is this manna.
All we got is this. You know what that means? Like, man, we got this. I'm tired of this stuff you gave me, God. This is not good enough for me, what you gave me. I'm not satisfied with this. I don't want kids, children, spoiled brats.
That's crazy.
That's what they did. That's what we do.
Yeah.
Be satisfied with your little bit. Because the amount that's a lot is unclean. The amount that's a lot got blood in it. He's satisfied with a little. He said he humbled thee and suffered thee to hunger. Okay? He tested them with their appetites. Ain't that something?
That's right.
So your tits, look. If you can't keep your appetite according to clean and unclean, right? You can't do the rest of the commandments. Because that's what God did. He didn't use your faithfulness or let me put an idol here and see who's going to bow to it. No, he tested your appetite. Ooh, that remind me of something, that word. Oh, boy. He tested your hunger, okay? And he suffered you to hunger and fed you with manna, which thou knewest not, neither did thy fathers know, that he might make thee to know that man doth not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeded out of the mouth of God doth man live. That's how you really, look. You got to be allowed to eat. You got to be allowed to eat.
Right.
So you're living by God's word in order to get to fix that food and eat it.
Yeah.
You're living by God's word.
That's right.
And I'm going to show you what it means by him living by God. How he was living by God's word.
Yeah.
Listen to
Thy
this.
raiment wax not old.
Your
upon
clothes
thee.
didn't wax old. Our clothes wax old.
Oh, yeah. You get holes.
You can see where your bottom is at every time you sit after a while with your garments.
Yeah.
Right or wrong?
Yeah.
You can see where your elbow is at.
Yeah.
You sweat.
Yeah.
After a while, you get holes in your sneakers.
Yeah.
You get holes in your boots.
Yeah.
Right or wrong?
Right.
Fortified for the snow. After a while, they get holy. You got to get new ones. That didn't happen to them.
No.
And you know where they were? In the most hostile environment in the Sinai Peninsula.
Yeah.
The ground is not level. There's no cement. There's no wood. There's rocks. Dead animals. The bones of dead animals. And you can't even dig the ground. The ground is not soft. There's no grass to walk on. He said, neither did thy foot swell. I was just about to say, that stuff make your foot swell.
Yeah, well,
If you put jail shoes on you, it's gonna mess your feet up.
Yeah. That's why I got 7 calluses on each foot.
Yeah, you got
Right.
Prison, man.
you got 4 more than me.
Prison.
You got 4 more than you got to do. And that, these 3 I got, they hurt.
Tell me about
They
it.
hurt.
Tell me
They
about
hurt. He said, but Dale, your feet ain't hurt. Your foot didn't swell because they did a lot of walking, a lot of trekking. All right? He said, for 40 years, they had the same garment on.
yeah.
Nobody stunk. But,
No.
ooh, no. They didn't get that way because of their
Right.
diets.
That's right.
They didn't have to do this. They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to do that.
It's true.
They diet, man.
It's true.
I watched my Abba change his diet.
And he ain't had to do it. He ain't
On the
had to do it.
hottest day
He
in
ain't.
the room, that room is the hottest room
He ain't snowing.
in the apartment.
Yes, sir.
In the summertime,
Yes, sir.
all the rest of the room, we get some heat, you get some wind coming through. That room don't get it. He stayed in the hottest room.
Yeah.
He didn't sweat. He said, "Come here, man. Come here." I said, "What?" He said, "Come to us."
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Look. Boy, I would say no. That's one podcast signal. I said, "All right." I said, "Damn, man." I pulled him closer. I said, "Wow."
True.
I
True.
said, "Wow."
True.
You don't smell under there, and you're sweating under there.
True. True.
He didn't use deodorant no more.
It's true.
Your diet, man. We eating death.
Yeah.
Everything we eat is dead. Death. On top of the blood and the fat and this and that.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
Come, she.
Teach.
Thou shalt also consider in thine heart
Uh-huh.
that as a man chasteneth his son, so the Lord thy God chasteneth thee.
Metaphorically speaking, the way a man would chastise his son, that's how I deal with you. Come, she.
Therefore thou shalt keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways and to fear him.
Uh-huh.
For the Lord thy
Whoa,
God.
whoa, whoa, whoa. He said, walk in his ways. So my ways got to get changed. None of my ways are complete. The only person that had the ways that were complete was David. He said, because he had the same heart that God had.
Right.
And when you moving like that, the adversary coming for you. Everybody else doing his bidding. You got a house where laws are being done that nobody else is doing. The adversary gonna come messing with your house. He's gonna make weird things happen. He's gonna make weird things happen over there because it's already happened. He ain't gonna make it over there because it's already happened. He's gonna come to where the challenge is at. That's why he started messing with Job. He said, "Oh, wait. I'm gonna walk up and down to and fro. Man, this guy, he gonna curse you too. All right, check him out. The first bet. It was 2 bets. The first time, we was just talking about it last night. It was twice. He went there. He said, well, look, don't touch him. You can touch anything around him. Don't touch Job. So the first bet was lost because his thing was, he only dealing with you, God, and he praising you because you got him rich. And you got him all of this, and he got all of that. So of course. But see, you don't understand. The heart of a godly man cannot be persuaded, intimidated, faulty. It can't be changed. There's nothing nothing can break that. And that's where you messed up that trying to bet God. You're gonna bet God on anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See what wickedness do? Wickedness blinds your common sense.
Yeah, I feel like that.
Yeah.
He just wanted to be touched.
I just want him to get touched.
He knew that.
The wickedness in me want him so bad I can't see.
You don't think he knew he had the wins against God? No. He just
But
wanted
he
to touch him.
still wanted to do it.
Yeah, just to do it.
And I really want you to get him, God. But okay, I won't touch him. I kill his kids. I'm gonna kill his friend. And I'm only gonna let one guy, one person from each
To
event.
tell about
And
it.
so one guy came, told him this, and then as soon as he finished, another guy came.
and told
As soon as he finished, another.
God came.
This is all to break you down to serving God.
Yeah.
All right? They're showing us how life happens to make you stop serving God. He didn't fold. He didn't break.
He didn't break at all.
So he had to go back to God.
At all.
God said, what's up? Have you seen him? I told you. The same thing. He said, yeah. You touch his life. He said, I bet you. It ain't enough for you, huh? He said, all right, look, you can touch him, but don't touch his life.
Touch his life.
Because he said skin for skin. He said, okay, you can touch his skin. He said skin for skin. Yo,
He's getting in.
I want to get him. I don't.
Yeah.
All right, man, this not enough. This not enough for me.
Bust his head.
I want to get him. If you ain't gonna do it, I want to do it. But look, God is God. The eternal one is the eternal one. On command. He tell the devil, he tell the adversary, don't touch him life. He ain't touching it. My God is God. My God is King. Forever and ever.
Ali.
Okay?
Ali.
He tell the devil don't do it. He ain't doing it.
Ali.
So who are we not to listen to God?
Okay.
Dude, we don't. It's crazy.
We point the finger at the adversary. and look, we don't even follow a straight command.
That's right.
He followed the straight
He
command.
did.
Yeah, with all his intentions,
Word.
he ain't gonna touch his life.
He didn't touch me.
And before that, he wasn't gonna touch him. He was scared.
So that means
And
he
that's
had to-
why.
So that means if God told him not to touch his life, that means he could touch his life.
He's under command.
I mean, he could do
He
it.
could do it. But you don't want to suffer the consequences. So what's up with us? What's up with us? You can't be more bold than the adversary.
Right.
Time sheet.
For the Lord thy God bringeth thee into a good land, a land of brooks and water,
Brooks of water.
fountains,
Fountains.
and depths
Yeah,
that
spring.
spring out of the valley.
Water
of the
all
hills.
over the place. Before you didn't get water, you was in a place with no water. Now you got water all over the place. Time sheet.
A land of wheat and barley and
A
vines.
land that grows, that's fertile. For wheat, you see what they ate, right? Wheat, barley, vines. What grows on vines? Melon, grapes. Okay? Tomatoes. Corn, no, we grow in the husk. Melons. These are all the things that has vines, right?
Berries.
You got certain berries that grow on vines also.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? And they're good. They're filled with antioxidants, right? How you say it? Antioxidants, right?
Berries are
Tongue sheet.
and figs.
Figs.
And fig trees.
No, cookies.
And fig trees and pomegranates.
Cakes. Little Debbie cakes.
A pomegranate.
Nobody likes figs. Dates.
Yeah.
That should be our candy.
Yeah.
You want something sweet. Boom.
Mambas. nigga.
Mambas. We got to get off of all of that. He said pomegranate, a land of oil, olive oil, not vegetable oil.
And honey.
And who? Honey.
Honey.
Sugar?
Honey.
Sugar. High fructose corn syrup. You see why we die, why we catch diseases, man?
Yeah.
We don't have this.
Talk about it.
They call it pomegranates is what they call Chinese apples.
That's right.
And that's all seeds.
That's right.
They can't mess with that because it's all seeds.
That's right.
They can't hybrid that.
Yeah, right. You
Pomegranate's
noticed
been around. We were
that,
talking
right?
about
You
it the
noticed
other
that,
day.
right?
They've been around since ancient days. And it's the same way. It hasn't changed. All those other fruits and vegetables were changed because man start messing with it, man. Start putting two seeds together. And that's what they call today hybrid. Time sheet.
A land wherein thou shalt eat bread without scarceness.
Chickens.
Thou shalt not lack anything in it.
You ain't gonna have no family. Time sheet.
A land whose stones are iron,
Uh-huh.
and out of whose
Yo,
hills
wait. I gotta take terror off this one. Listen. I don't see nowhere in there where he said a land filled with chicken
Yes, sir.
or a land filled with turkey.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what they eat. They had cattle.
All kings.
They had cattle.
Shame.
Okay?
Shame.
And
Shame.
beside the cattle, this is what they ate.
Okay.
Wheat, barley, stuff from the vines, fig trees, pomegranates. The people that were in Egypt that came out, they said, man, we missed the garlics, the leeks, the onions, and the melons.
It's crazy.
I would say, all of those things get rid of cancer.
That's crazy.
He said, all those things get rid of infections. All those things get rid of a cold.
They ate that on the regular.
They ate that on the regular. That's why you had to kill those people. You had to kill
They're
them.
not dying sick.
They're not dying. They're not catching the diseases that we get today. It is the germ existed back then.
No.
Not getting it, man. Tongue sheet.
When thou hast eaten and art full.
When you eat, listen to this, y'all. Listen to this, because Israelites, we have a very bad problem of taking things from people and making a version of it for us.
Shana Tova, nigga.
What's that? What that mean? What the
New Year's?
I keep hearing that.
That's what
I've been hearing that a lot. I ain't never heard that all my 52 years of Israel. I never heard that.
Shana Tova.
What is toe good? What?
I don't know.
What's that? New Year's? That's supposed to be New Year's?
Bro. I think that's what they mean, brother.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just tell y'all one thing.
Yo.
Israelites and the rest of the world, we don't celebrate. We don't have the same days to celebrate. We don't. That's one thing. That's the one thing before everything else that makes us holy.
Yeah.
We don't share the same celebrations at all. I'm gonna just say this. In the book of Daniel, Nebuchadnezzar's son was king. And it was a celebration going on. Okay? And at that time, they didn't celebrate this celebration on January 1st. We didn't have 12 months in the calendar yet. They did all of that. Okay? New Year's was observed in October, towards the end of October, the same day as Halloween. Y'all didn't know that. It's history. It was on the same day. And on New Year's, ancient New Year's, they would dress up and put masks on and put costumes on. Today, certain places in Europe and in the government, in the White House, when they have a New Year's party, people are walking around with masks on. Halloween and New Year's came from the same day. It was observed on the same day. Now, on that day in Babylon, this king said, hey, man, go and get the utensils that the priests used to use in the tabernacle. Go get that out. He went and got those cups out, filled it up with wine, and they made a toast. They raised their glasses to the gods. We don't toast. Okay? We don't have, I want to make a toast. L'chaim, to life. We don't toast to nothing. That is a worship of paganism.
That's right. Pagan
There is no toast.
Pagan custom.
We open up the bottle and we drink it. That's it.
Pagan custom.
We don't pour it out, no liquor for nobody, and we don't toast. We don't heave. Because see, when you do this, you're offering. And that's what the priests do in the tabernacle, in the temple. When you bring your stuff, we take it. The priests, we take it, present it before God. We heave it before God. And that's when it becomes acceptable for you. Or we wave it before God. And that's what you're doing. You're doing a toast. That l'chaim stuff come from Judaism to life. Oh, but we don't do that. Okay? Okay? I got the signal, so I gotta let y'all know this. What's that? Boom. What?
Oh, Botea Bone.
Botea bone. It's a new term being said before Israelites eat. They say a prayer or they say something, right? When I heard it, I said, that sounds like bon appetit.
Bon appetit.
So I looked it up. I looked it up in the Hebrew, and it says it means bon appetit in French.
That's right.
So this was something that is modern.
That's
This is
right.
not something they did back then.
That's
They didn't
right.
say bon appetit in Hebrew before they ate.
That's
Israelites
right.
are doing that now.
Israel loves
Okay.
to follow.
We don't say
If we look into the historical and cultural aspects, we discover the tradition invokes a good appetite before a meal is not unique to France. Throughout history, numerous civilizations and cultures practiced similar rituals. Ancient Greeks would often invoke the name of Zeus or other deities to ensure a favorable meal. In medieval language, phrases like benedicto were commonly used to seek blessings on the meal. These customs eventually evolved, taking on regional variations, becoming integral parts of various cultures' dining traditions. When somebody sneezes, you don't say bless you. Before you eat, you don't say nothing. You don't do nothing. You eat. He said, and when thou hast eaten and art full, then thou shalt bless the Lord thy God. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom God.